It's working, huh? It's working. So who else got a presentation? I'm not sure. And over the 3 years, we had interventions. So this was the final intervention that's very and find ways That's a big thing for you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
That's where you guys stay. And then we integrated it. And then kind of changed it up. So you can actually I mean, it's so useful. Key messages for learning, like you just the more you say, the more you believe it, the more you integrate it. So, thank you. And you have it's so exciting.
I noticed something about our events. People don't take the time. It's always in our data.
It's referred to as bantu time. Where people it means people take their own time. Bantu
It's lovely to see you. Did you continue with the teaching? We they said no. So yes, you're participating. No, they did it last year. So what are you talking about? They sent another message. Which message? What's happening over obviously people I just told the sexual experience. You have to you
as well as thank you very much. Set the time to visit the exhibitions as we will be starting from tonight. Let's take this opportunity to view all exhibitions that are displayed. They will hear you better now. My test 1, 2, 1, 2. Attention, ladies and gentlemen. Please can we take this opportunity to visit all the exhibitions at the back. We have 5 organizations exhibiting for us today. We have ADE, BBB, TREE-ECD, and Stakeholder. Please visit the exhibitions before we start and
Yeah, more than anything, my friend has been sick, so yeah, even I'm like, and this person is actually going his way out. It's just him. So I'm kind of thinking was it who's supposed to be I'm just taking it.
I just take a picture of you. This yourself. Did I post any pictures I took of you? I wonder. Yes, I did. I'm busy talking there. Primash, you're not directing me.
Please, we will start settling down, taking our seats. Please can we also move forward. Please can we fill the front seats, fill from the front seat, we can leave the back ends. We would like to start promptly in the next 2 minutes. Please can we start filling the seats from the front? Ladies and gentlemen at the exhibits, we will have moments later to revisit them. Please can we take our seats? One minute to starting time. Okay, good morning. Officially this time. Welcome to our ECD mapping, ECD and strengthening systems for KZN. We welcome you and we're really humbled by your presence as TREE, and we really are grateful to have so many greatly esteemed people behind me on our panel today. And I really hope that everything they share with us, we take home, and I hope we're all able to contribute all of our thoughts as well, because everything that we are going to be speaking on, hearing about today, your views are very important. Because as the ECD sector within KwaZulu-Natal, it is our place to make the changes that we want to make as implementers of ECD in this province. I would like to start off by welcoming the brains behind the operation to officially welcome us and lead us in the purpose of the day, our director, Mambubi.
Good morning, colleagues. I think I I am sweating already because I've been welcoming you with excitement, from, when you came in, when you were coming in. So I think part of my job has been done. But the important part is to kind of give a brief as to why are we here and how do you find yourself within this process that we are starting here. And in doing that, I just want to highlight the most important thing, that this might have been organized by the organization called Training and Resources in Education. But it is not about training, but it is about us. By the end of today, we want to go out, all of us, finding ourselves within the bigger stake of ECD in KZN. The main aim of us being here today is to make sure how are we coordinating, the little things that we're doing in our little corners, in making sure that we're reaching the most needy children. Because nobody can deny the reality and the fact that we are doing something in our little corners. But the aim of this session is to come at the end of the day, know exactly who is who, where and what, and how do we align, how do we regroup, how do we organize ourselves in making sure that we are reaching the most needy children of the KwaZulu-Natal. And sorry, my laptop battery died and I left the charger in the office. So I'll be speaking from the slide, from the whatever, what I'm trying to say. So we are here because we want to understand. There is a very common challenge that we're facing. People working from other organizations, we always meet in these areas thinking that we are the only one who's bringing services here, and you realize that in fact we are 3, we are 4, and in fact this area is contested, so we were not needed. So the reason why we are here, we want to establish and understand exactly where are the areas that are congested, that are overwhelmed, that are overloaded, and where are the areas that are really needing our attention. And that's why we sent the surveys so that we needed to understand exactly who is working in ECD in KZN and where are they working and what they are doing. But that will be dealt with by our Dr. Tawanda. So today we're about mapping and strengthening ECD in KZN, connecting the dots, building a clear picture. The ECD teacher that I am. Connecting the dots, building a clear picture of ECD in KZN that I will be presenting. Yes, okay? I quote, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. I close quotes, that's an African proverb. That's the only reason why we are here. We want to go together so that we can go far. Why is this appropriate for today, this quote? It encourages the need to adopt the mindset of moving from fragmented efforts to a connected ECD system. People who are in ECD, they know we're talking in Banabili blueprint, and we all know how Banabili is demanding us to build a system that is kind of coordinated, that is kind of collaborated, that makes each and every stakeholder to find itself in making sure that by 2030 we're able to hold hands with no support. I won't be howling at the top of my voice by 2030 no support. I'll be holding your hand to say, we have done this. This is how far we have gone, but this is how far more. Because 2030, remember, is just next door. This is to build a clear picture of ECD in KwaZulu-Natal, and that's a basic map of who we are in KZN. Connecting the dots, we are here. Early childhood development is the foundation of society. But in KwaZulu-Natal, that foundation is under pressure. Those people, you are not listening on this one, eh? You saw the article of Ike this morning. Those people, the article on Ike this morning. That's one. But two, nationally, there is Utebo might touch on that because we were together, went to the Department of Education sometime a year or 1.5 years ago to say, hey guys, we know there's 374 million. We are here to say, how can we help you? And that money has not been spent. We don't know if there'll be a rollover. Just like we don't know if there'll be a rollover with the percentage that has not been spent in our province. So we are here to say to whoever cares to listen to us, we are raising our hands. We are a collaborative system that if we put our heads together and we put the child at the center, we can do it. The reality, across the province, there is commitment, there is effort, there is care, because there is you. I repeat, across this province, there is commitment, there is effort, there is care, because there is you. But there is no single connected system holding it all together. Instead, we are competing, colleagues. We are competing. We are competing with the fathers, we are competing with the children. And in that, instead of helping, we are destroying that what we can beautifully build. The reality, access to ECD is uneven, as you saw in that previous picture, especially in rural and underserved communities. Many centers are unregistered, and we all know that we are also working together in making sure that we're supporting our ECD centers to be registered. The question that we're asking, how do we make them to move from one status to the next status? And in order for us to be able to know that, in order for us to be able to do that, we need to work together and understand what are the services that we're offering that can support those ECD centers that have gone from bronze status to take them to the next level and to the next level. Because we know if you take years and efforts and so many resources in making them to where we want them to be. But we need to start somewhere. And I believe we've started that in KZN. Practitioners, practitioners are under-supported and under-recognized. I'm happy University of KwaZulu-Natal is here today, and they've whispered something to me that I'm not going to say because it's my secret and them. But what I want you to know is that as an organization, we've been trying, looking around all over the country, wanting to find a partner in terms of the higher education. And funders are asking, why do you go out of your province when there are universities in your provinces? And I always have an answer because I put a bad buyer, and some people get uncomfortable who have done a bad buyer. So at times I just keep quiet and say, you know the answer is obvious. So I'm happy now, I'm happy today. I think this sweat is based on the excitement of the brief conversation that I had with UKZN, there's something that is brewing that we still need to shape it to be what KZN children and ECD workforce needs. Not UB, not UKZN, not Department of Education, but the ECD workforce and the children of this province. So we're still struggling, and this is not only here about KZN and ECD. This is a serious, huge problem. But again, I'm not talking about human resource development plan, but at least Department of Education, they are starting, to understand who is in the ECD workforce and where are they in terms of development and what programs do we need in order to make sure that we're shaping their development, because we're putting the child at the center of all this. Infrastructure is often inadequate, and that is the biggest challenge that affects some ECD centers not to be able to be registered. And that is why we invited TEPO, because we're going for local government elections, so we want to be reminded, as much as the 2015 ECD policy is telling exactly what local government is supposed to be doing. But it's good that we always come together and put our heads together and choose exactly what we need to do in order for some people to listen to us. Organizations are working in silos. I always struggling. Data is fragmented or missing. I don't know when it's data and when it's data, but then data is something there. It's fragmented and or it's missing. You know what I'm trying to say. You know exactly whether I say data or data. But it's fragmented and or it's missing. That is why in my opening remarks I said, you'll go to the Department of Education and say, we've got funding. Where can we go? They will say, go to this area. And when I'm saying the Department of Education colleagues, I'm not talking, no, yes, she's a representative of the Department of Education, but I'm talking to the system, okay? Please take it that way. So you realize that as much as you are recommended in this area, but there's unlimited charge, there's smart start, there's lazy, we're all confusing the already confused ECD workforce. So this today is the beginning of how can we do better without pointing fingers at other people, but by starting looking at us. How can we change the narrative? The core issue, the challenge is not that work is not happening, colleagues. I repeat, the challenge is not that work is not happening. The challenge is that it is not connected. It is not connected. Purpose of this event today is about building a clear, honest picture of ECD in KwaZulu-Natal, to map what exists, to surface real challenges, to identify gaps and opportunities, to hear directly from those who are doing the work, and that is us. Everybody, when you leave this room, you must find yourself within this today's session, because this today's session is building for more sessions to come that are only focusing on how can we make the lives of our children in KZN better. And I am visioning a province where everybody would want to come to us to learn as to how did you make it as KZN. And if we are intentional, we can do that. What this requires? This space requires honesty, it requires openness, and it requires us to move beyond individual work and think as a system. We cannot strengthen what we do not fully understand. Today is about understanding together. Okay, my presentation all the time. Don't delay. Thank you, colleagues. And I over to you, Director, Program Director. I'm not coming up here. Right, that is it.
Thank you, Mama Ruby. You ended before we were ready. Yeah, that's a good thing. It's a good thing. You end while people are still listening. I made a mistake. I said good morning so many times today that I forgot to tell you my name. I am Sikrobile Kuboni, and I am the Special Projects Manager at TREE. Thank you, Mama Ruby. Next, I would like us to please warmly welcome someone that will help us to set the scene, the current ECD landscape in South Africa. She will frame the discussion around challenges and opportunities and policy alignment. And that is Ms. Lazola Makapula from Smart Starts, Chief Platform and Program Officer. Thank you.
Let me Azola. This is Azola, not Lazola. Within where she's working, there's Lazola, there's Azola. For me, they are all, if Azola comes first, I give Azola. If Lazola comes first, so please, that's my fault. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mama Ruby. Yes, I am Azola, and I am representing Lazola as well as Grace, who unfortunately could not be here today. Within the Smart Start ecosystem is the role of the head of program operations. Thank you so much, Mama Ruby, for setting that tone so beautifully. It is really a pleasure to be standing here and be amongst you guys, our colleagues and leaders in the ECD ecosystem. The theme today talks about connecting the dots, and that's exactly what the conversation, the type of conversation that is needed in the sector today. Because we find ourselves in a pivotal moment in the evolution of the ECD system. I only have 2 slides that I'm going to be talking to, but when I want to talk about area at the moment, I look back at what has happened over the last 10 years in the ECD ecosystem in South Africa. It really truly has been a profound transformation. What once was a fragmented and under-recognized space has now gained more visibility, more coordination, and it is strategically more important. And that shift that has happened, it is reflected, number one, in the fact that we've seen the ECD sector migrating from the social development department to the Department of Basic Education. That is signaling a very strong alignment with the formal education system. We've also seen the adoption of the National Strategy for ECD Programs 2020, which again provides a very clear and long-term vision for the sector. We have also seen increasing political focus on early learning outcomes as well as school readiness. This sector is increasing in becoming stronger and stronger in how it coordinates itself. And we have platforms such as ECDA to pay for that, but there's many other platforms. Even this is a platform that is enabling of that. We've also seen growing and more diverse engagements, not only from government, but also from the financial sector. So collectively, these shifts are really fundamental in repositioning ECD as a whole. So we know that ECD is no longer just primarily a welfare intervention, right? It is now being widely recognized as that foundation
that is very critical for human capital development, but also for long-term national growth. When we look at frameworks like Anamapede, which Umar has referred to, they do reinforce the shift by placing young children at the center of South Africa's development agenda. So now the question is no longer whether ECD matters, right? It is about how do we deliver quality, equitable early learning at scale. There is a sector-wide call for action. The London Women Blueprint that you all know about really represents that pivotal moment in the ECD ecosystem. It is the first of its kind system-wide call for action, where it brings together government, civil society, philanthropy, and delivery partners around a shared commitment, and it centers this around the young child in the country's development strategy. Right? So for the first time, this broader alignment across stakeholders is both about the why as well as the how. It really does signal that shift from fragmented efforts. We mentioned that the building blocks are there, but how do you bring them together? So that fragmented effort to a more coordinated, systems-level approach. So it's not just a framework, but it's a collective commitment to act differently. How do we do things differently so that we shift positively the trajectory of the young children in this country? The implication is that is translated into a shared vision, into coordinated and accountability actions. It strengthens it and enables the environment for practitioner, prioritizing scales without compromising quality. That's very important. We want to scale, but we can't do it at the cost of quality. And it also consistently centers the child and the design. But Mama, we also mentioned that despite all of this progress that we have made, we actually still do have some constraints, right, and some challenges. I'm not going to repeat them, right? But just to highlight just a few, we are seeing that that there is a diverse and an active ecosystem, and there's limited alignment. Now that creates an opportunity. What is that opportunity? That opportunity is for us to build that more coherent and connected system, which is why we are here. We are also seeing that access is still shaped by affordability, by trust, by safety and proximity. That again also creates another opportunity for designing real lived access. And thirdly, we are seeing that there is a strong national vision, but to what Ma'am Ruby has already said, the delivery is uneven. There's an opportunity for us to come together, strengthen execution, strengthen financing, and strengthen accountability. There's no need for us to be competing for the same pot of money. We are all working towards the same goal. So how do we come together and organize a little bit differently? So yes, so where we are at the moment, the center does not make vision. It does not make effort. It doesn't make innovation. It just needs a coherence, a systemic coherence at scale. So why do we even want to make this system, right? This is why today's focus is really about making this ecosystem. It's because once you map, you get an opportunity to step back. You get an opportunity to step back and ask certain questions. Who is doing what? And where are they doing it? Now, we mentioned that sometimes we think you are the only one with the solution until you go to the ground, but when you actually take a step back and allow people to share, then you get to understand who's doing what and where. You also get to understand and ask the question, where are the gaps? Where are the overlaps? Where are the missed connections, right? Lots and lots of pockets of excellence, because they don't come together coherently. You don't see the amplified impact. We also got to ask how do funding, regulation, workforce conditions, and real realities interact. We work in community communities, but how do we make sure that policy talks to what's real on the ground so that we actually introduce programs that are implemented that can shift the ecosystem. And also, most importantly, we ask each other, what are the leverage points for change? There's lots of things that you can do, but is everything a leverage point? Is everything that you touch that one thing that's going to actually shift the dial? So as a collective, we step back and we ask, what are the leverage points? What are we all going to focus on? Who's doing what? How are we going to work collaboratively? So the goal is not just to describe a system, right? So it is to identify where and how the system can shift. The system has to shift for things to happen. Because progress will only depend, it won't only depend on less, but on doing more, but on how we work differently. Remember, we're not saying that these organizations and partners that are here have not been doing the work all these years. But how do we do differently? So together, not individually, so that we can positively impact and amplify our impact for the ECD system. So in total, really, South Africa does have strong policy direction. There is a growing political will. There is an active and committed ECD ecosystem, but the task is now to connect into a system that works. Not work intermittently, but consistently, and for children and families that we serve. So today's conversation is part of that work. And by mapping that system together, we take an important step forward in strengthening it here in KZN and beyond, and hopefully so that KZN can then lead forward and show the rest of South Africa how it is done. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Azu. Okay, now we will be aligning KwaZulu-Natal Provincial ECD Strategy. We want to align the provincial priorities, implementation, and needs. And to present this for us is the KZN Director of ECD, Ms. Moses.
Sanbonani, Njani, are you good? You don't look good. You look too serious. Let me formally take this opportunity and greet you all. And let me greet my dear sister, the Director of TREE, Mama Ruby. Thank you so much for inviting us as the KZN Department of Education to this wonderful occasion. Let me greet all our partners that are here. I see representatives from all over the partners we have in the province. Our officials from the Department of Education, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. I don't even intend talking much today. I think for us is to listen to yourselves, sharing your experiences, sharing the challenges out there on the ground, and together we want to see us strategizing how then should we go forward and ensure that there is improved delivery in terms of ECD.
I want to start by sharing the theme that we have for this year, 2026, in KZN. Why we're sharing this theme? Remember, with us as the Department of Education, we tend to focus a lot on the outputs, what we produce out of the system. And in the main, it is our metric results, right? We are so judged on how we perform as a system, as we produce these kids that we take care of right from ECD, right from birth to 4 years. So I want to start by saying, ladies and gentlemen, the role that you play, your contribution in the ECD contributes to the results that we produce, the output of the system. And for that, we value and appreciate. Shall you give yourself a big round of applause? So, in order for us to maintain the quality results, because I am aware that you know that 2025 we became the #1 province in the country. You know that, right? So, how then do we intend, strengthening what we produce, our systems? So we've got this thing, strengthening foundational learning in literacy, numeracy, and for a sustainable improvement in learner performance across all grades. Later on, I'll come back to this, but I want to start with this so that you understand why ECD is important for us, why early learning is important for us, why it is important for us to create conducive environment for the little ones, for the young ones to learn. I'm not going to read much of what I've prepared. For example, the second slide, which is talking to the background, is just aligning us with the national vision and mission statement, where we're all coming from, where we are guided by the Children's Act, which is guiding us in terms of our mandates as a department. The first line there is reminding us that more than 20,000 ECDs are still operating outside the regulatory system, which is our main concern. Hence our registration drive to say we still need to bring everybody on board. We do have some that are registered, but the majority are still not registered, and that is causing a serious challenge as it seems to directly affect in the most, which is through our impact statement for 2030, universal access to quality ECD, prioritizing the most vulnerable children. So that's where we are. We also put ourselves in that as KZN to say whatever we do, we have in our mind those vulnerable children that we want to bring on board and try our level best to provide the basic services. So that is why we therefore commit ourselves to work. In this province we have 12 districts, right? So we are responsible for providing services across all 12 districts in the province. From our newly established ECD system, I'm sure you are aware that we are now using ECD. We have a dashboard that we keep on checking quarterly, but even monthly or even daily. If we get to the system, it will update because it is an online system that keeps on updating. So these are the stats that we have just secured from because I'm not going to read all the figures, but it is telling us the size of the province. So for example, if you look at the first one, the province provided ECD programs to 230,021 children. That's a huge number. If you were to compare to other provinces, I think if you are not the #1 province again in terms of the numbers, maybe we are number 2 after counting, but our numbers are so huge. And these children are placed in both funded and unfunded centers. So you can see in the background of the centers, we have not yet achieved a level where there's a balance of registered centers and funded centers, right? This is still our main challenge. Ideally, we would like to have a situation where if we are saying we've got 100 centers, registered centers, then all 100 centers should be funded. Are we together? I'm making an example with 100 so that you understand it. It should be equal. If we are registering 100, then the same 100 should be funded. We are not yet there, and that's where we try our level best, working together with our partners. I think one would already talking about our registration drive to say the focus for this year. Last year we started with the bronze level. Now this year we want to move those bronze registered to silver, because we want to assist them to access our subsidy, which is provided through both conditional grant and contribution. So you can see that out of the numbers that we are providing, our equation is not yet balanced. Hence we say the financial support underscores the department dedication to equitable and sustainable ECD program. So we believe that if we are to be assisted through financial support, we can do a lot. I'm not going to go through this slide, which is talking to universal access. What does it mean to quality ECD? I think later on, I just want to highlight the early learning programs, because we believe that as we register our centers, it is because we want to assist in ensuring that there is quality provision of the early learning programs, and we understand that these come in different modes, right? It's not just one model, but it is, for example, we have the centers, play groups, day mothers, all of them we believe need to be supported. As I indicated earlier, that the problem is that most children do not have access to quality ECD programs, and the poorest children are most likely to miss out. So what is the plan from the government? You are familiar with the slides, right? This is taken from government ECD priorities. And remember, I said, as a province, we align ourselves to the national strategy. So we do prioritize these 5 priorities also. I'm just going to highlight these 5 so that later on, when I try and unpack, you understand where we're coming from. So the first one, every child has access. Access for us to a flexible package of age-appropriate, affordable ECD programs. As we register them, we try to enroll them such that they will have access to age-appropriate, affordable, not too expensive, because the challenge, some of these children are excluded from accessing quality early learning because of the unaffordability, because most of our parents are not able to afford, so that's why there is that emphasis of affordable ECD programs there. The second priority is where federal government systems, leadership, capacity, and coordination are in place. That's where we believe, as a government, we are expected to play a leading role. That's why when Murupi is hosting, when TREE is hosting, they believe that if they bring us closer, if they work together with us, and if we work together as a collective,
we form this very strong leadership in the province that will steer the ship towards Vision 2030, not just an individual. Mambo people would have done this by herself, just as she, but she extended the invitation to all other organizations, including us as government, because there is power in us working together, right? If we are to partner and coordinate and provide this very strong leadership, eventually we will get to where we want to. We need sufficient funding and resources. So if we work together, we will be able to source funding and direct it correctly without competing with each other, but sitting down, identifying the areas where we need to direct this funding, and together we come with a plan that will benefit the young ones in the province. This is Mamrubi's favorite one, number 4, a capable ECD workforce that is well supported and equipped. Remember, I started by highlighting the strengthening of our foundational learning. Once we have enrolled these kids, once they are in our early learning programs, they are not there to just play, eat, play, and sleep and go home. They are there because we are expected to introduce intelligent literacy, intelligent numeracy. We equip them with these skills, and we believe if we are doing justice at that level, this will strengthen the entire system as they move across the grades. And that requires a strong and capable workforce, our practitioners. For us to achieve that strong foundation, we need that strong army, that capable workforce, that we need to make sure that 1, they are well qualified, but 2, they are supported on a continuous basis. They are not just trained as a once-off, but now and again, they are developed with all the latest development, so that they stay updated. The 5th one, program quality is enhanced through appropriate support and monitoring. Again, that's where we come in, or we should be coming in strongly as government to provide this support, where we reach out to our centers and through our officials. We have social workers, but we also have what we call subject advisors, curriculum specialists, that are supposed to be monitoring and ensuring that there is delivery in terms of our expectation. So unpacking the priorities is the work plan. I'm not going to go into detail with this. I'm sure there's one speaker that will come after me that will say something about the blueprint, because the blueprint leads to this simplified work plan as it unpacks the priorities, the main priorities, but it is giving us now the actions, the actionable steps. We believe that once we have statements, the vision, the mission, we then need to put in action. So what are these actions that we are already doing at a provincial level? The first one, of course, being the master registration drive, where we said we are assisting our centers to register. Most of them, they are registered. I think last year for bronze, we started with a target of 1.5, and we did achieve 1.5 by December last year. Now, the second target is for us to register on silver level. It is half of the 1.5. I think UTPE has already given us about 900 centers that we need.
So it will also depend on our finances because we need to budget, because like I said earlier, as we register them, especially for silver, they will now qualify to apply for funding. And we really don't want to let them down. Instead, we want to support them and meet them halfway. So it's going to be a very frustrating and demanding road for us to tackle, but we believe we will overcome. The second one is, I think, what we'll talk a lot about here today, building a workforce strategy. I was telling Mamrubi, I'm always happy to see all of us gathering like this, and all of us being yourselves, our practitioners, but also our HNIs, the higher education institutions in the main. I've seen Dr. Zanele from UKZN is here with us, and I believe we really need to put something together for the province and come and say, as KZN, this is our strategy, this is our plan, this is what we intend to do, and starting from 2026, 2030 is by the corner, colleagues. It's really not too far. So we really need to act with speed. So I believe if we are to put a strategy that will include accessible training, wider availability of mentoring and professional development opportunities. Just last month, Chantal, we were at UKZN through their platform. We had our colleague from SACE who presented a wonderful plan from SACE. So in our plans, we also need to bring on board the Council for Educators, because much as they are a Council for Educators, they have started a process of registering our practitioners already, conditionally so, until they get full qualification. So for me, there is another method of us encouraging our practitioners to say, hey, let's move towards achieving, a full qualification. But let us guide them through the minimum qualification as they enter OECD, so that we start supporting them. I think one or two slides I will be talking about grade R, and I like it when my colleagues take me back to how far we have come from with grade R, and to see and witness the successes that we have achieved today. It gives us hope. It's even implicitly one day we will get to a level where we want our ECD practitioners to be recognized, to be appointed fully by the government, so that they will also benefit. One of the programs is for us to support the provisioning of nutrition, as well as providing parent support programs. But here today, I will just highlight the last one. Remember, I said it goes together with our practitioners. The rolling out of support material and tools for the national curriculum framework. This is where we want to build capacity as our practitioners teach those young ones. They are guided by this framework. So we want to support them and build confidence in the NCF. So all our programs will be centered around that. One area where we are still not doing well as government is where we are expected to meet the needs of children with disabilities and learning difficulties.
I think in most cases, we've been providing these services to schools, to children in schools, ignoring the children in the ECDs. But the good news is that we have started. Last year, we were happy to participate nationally during the review of what is called the standard operation procedures for SBSTs. SBSTs are school-based support teams, those teams that deal with screening and early identification of our kids with special needs. So as the ECD team, we indicated that we need almost the same structures, but it will not, obviously, it will not be called the school. We introduced the term ECD. We were looking at having ECD-based support teams, something like that, or ECD program. Yeah, ECD program. I remember we included that P to say it's an ECD program support-based structure, so that as parents bring in the young ones, we have one or two practitioners who will deal with that screening. There is guidance, but we need to start by providing capacity through training. What is it that those committee members will be doing? Us working together with relevant government departments, we believe as the Department of Education, we are not the only role player here. We still need to bring in TSD, for example. They are still our sister government department. Department of Health, of course, we need to have programs that include all of us. That is why in this province, we are very proud to share with you that we've got a very active and functional provincial integrated forum where we sit with our partners from our NGOs, the ECD forums, ourselves as government, and the sister governments that I'm talking to are parts of that wonderful committee. I know in that committee we've got a lot on our agenda, and in most cases we fight, especially where colleagues will challenge us as a department in terms of us providing financial support. But the mandate for that structure is not only on us providing financial support, it is a mandate for us on provision of the full package, the entire package. So that's why we will debate, but we will drive that meeting to say, can we look at other aspects and check if we are still doing justice in terms of everything that we are supposed to be doing. So it's a whole lot. I want to move on and highlight the last one, which is saying we have since established new partnership. Later on, I don't think we now will say much on that, but where we are working together with the Educational Fund, whereas the province, we are now supported by two organizations who must start working together with TREE, Let's See, and PPT, is it? Yes. And also the Unlimited Child working with us to support both existing ELPs and newly established ELPs. So we believe this is going to take us very far as a province. Again, it is emphasizing the strength of our partnership. And I'm not going to say much on this slides for grade R if we can move on, but we just wanted to highlight that. Remember, I think Omamu is also her favorite part to say, OECD is back to 9 years. It's back to 9 years. But just for us to structure, we have the first part back to 4, but we also have the second part now to 3 in schools. So those ones are still falls within us. That's why it is very important for us to work together as ECD and foundation phase. We need to feed to each other. Feeding to each other is in terms of the needs, in terms of us handing over these young ones. How ready are they as we hand them over from 4 years to grade up? Do they have the necessary skills? Are they ready for grade up? When they are in grade up, are they ready for grade 1? Do they have the necessary skills that are expected from them at the end of grade up for them to do well in grade 1? And so that's the discussion that we are starting already to say, if we are talking about a strong foundation, that's the discussion that we need to do. How close are we with our feeder primary schools that we feed them with our little ones? Do we have this discussion? Do we talk to each other, or we don't know each other? We don't even meet, So those are the discussions. So this night with the table now, if we can move on to the side with the first table, the difference between ECD and grade R. I'm not going to dwell much, but just want to highlight, for example, in terms of the curriculum, you all know that from grade R, we are guided by the CAPS policy, right? But back to 4, I said earlier, we are guided by the framework, National Curriculum Statement. Now, the two must talk to each other. We should not cause confusion. We should not introduce caps to the little ones who are still expected to perform, those skills as per the NCF. But the other way around, we are not expected to take it to the grade R level, the NCF now, because we will be disadvantaging those kids in terms of the required minimum skills that they're supposed to have. So curriculum becomes a very important aspect for us. And the next one is, of course, the workforce deployment, where we say the grade R practitioners, remember now that grade R is within the foundation phase. So we believe they should also be supported by a departmental head. And in school we have departmental heads, the ones that we used to call HODs. They are now called departmental heads. We only have one HOD. So the departmental heads are the first level who are expected to provide that support, also to monitor what is taught. Is it taught up to the required level? If we had time, I think it's in one that we will share the challenges. For example, the challenges in terms of language, where our practitioners are struggling with the language of teaching and learning. So the departmental head play that role and check and monitor. But there are also skills. In one of the colloquium that we just attended recently with one group in the sales colloquium, our practitioners were sharing frustrations with us to say the big school is demanding that we need to teach writing skills, so all those things need to be managed and controlled through this person who is a departmental head, working together with our subject advisors. That is why we do not leave out the issue of qualifications. It is work in progress. But like I indicated earlier, we really need to come up with a strategy that will address the minimum entry, your entry level 4/5, and moving towards
a diploma qualification, but also understanding that grade R now has upped the standard already, they've raised the bar already in that for grade R, any new entry, any new entrance to grade R will have to be in position of a B.Ed foundation phase. So already the bar is high. Now what does it mean for us in this ECD? And if we are to move on to the next slide, the second part of the table, there I just want to highlight just one item of our ECAS system to say, remember I did indicate that the ECAS is still under development. It's a new system. In schools, we have what is called SASEMs. You are familiar with SASEMs. So SASEMs records every data that we need to have, every information started with the learner names, but up to the performance. We report quarterly from grade R to 12 to national in terms of how the kids are performing every quarter. So that's why we emphasize that whatever assessment is done for grade R must also be recorded so that it goes to SASEMs. So the ECAS, it will take time, but ideally we also want to have the same for ECAS. Right now, we are expected to submit list of the children we are funding. We are still doing that manually. I'm sure those of you who are coming from centers will agree with me. We just keep manual register. But once this system matures, we want them to have these names. We are working with our MS directory that is assisting us. We have started this very strong partnership at the beginning of 2026 because as we register from bronze to silver, as you get to the silver level, we want to issue the MS number so that you've got this. They call it a unique identifier, which is an MS number. So all these systems are already introduced. Together, we want to work towards ensuring that they are effective. We go to the next slide, which is a table that provides statistical data in terms of the number of ECD centers in schools. I'm not going to read the numbers there, but what we are highlighting there is how we hand over to the schools. Remember earlier on, I used the word we are feeding to the school to say, we believe in an area from the Department of Education, we work with what we call seconds, right? Unlike Thomas Fowler, I think Thomas Fowler has got wards. We have wards, so now we have seconds. So within our circuit, we want to identify that if we have 5 primary schools, how many ECD centers do we have? Do we have each primary school getting a kid from 5 ECD centers? So that we link, so that we work together, so that even as we plan for infrastructure development, we are informed by such data to say, in that particular circuit, the department needs to build so many ECD centers. Are we together? Because we have so many primary schools. So when we collect such data, it is also for those reasons. I want us to move on to the last, or to the next, not yet the last, but I'm sure I'm towards the program director. I'm almost there. So we believe again, as we work together to strengthen to provide the strong foundation. We need to invest in infrastructure and resources. Our plan will have to talk to infrastructure and provision of resources. That is why, as we partner with Smart Start, for example, they bring in the element of OPPT, which focuses a lot on infrastructure. That's why we work with partners like ASUPOL, a community trust that focus on infrastructure, so that together. But most importantly, 2026, we are partnering with our municipalities. We strongly believe that their IDPs need to incorporate infrastructure provision for our ECDs. There is a budget that is there, so if we are to tap in from that budget and ours as education and our partners, large scale teacher training and capacity building, that is always there. We just need to come up now with a plan to make it actionable. I want to believe next week, Mamrubi, will be launching again HRDC. I think that one is still on, where we will also strengthen our subcommittee as BCD, which will push us to finalize this strategy that we really need to put into action. Improving funding and qualifications for practitioners remains our core business again, and again fostering collaboration between all of us. We believe if we are to address these systemic challenges, we will ensure that our children are developmentally laid before the formal learning environment, starting from pre up to grade. The next slide is talking to curriculum strengthening. I'm not going to bore you much. I think I've said a lot already to say, as we enroll them, our focus as the Department of Education is to ensure that we instill this early or immersion numeracy, literacy, and all other foundational skills that will assist in ensuring strong foundation. So we are working together with our partners. For example, at the back we have OVVOB. We've got such wonderful program. One is called ProEd and the other one is called UFAN Funda. I'm sure you've heard about all those. But we also have our apps that assist us in the application of numbers, UMETS app and MIP. We are trying our level best. I'm sure you have seen the displays there to promote the use of age-appropriate learning materials. That will encourage learning through play. We believe that these young ones really need to learn this through play. Let them enjoy, let them develop the love of these skills as early as possible. We are also partnering with our sister directorate within the department called INIT, which deals with promotion of reading programs like the Read Aloud a day or month, to say, even in ECD centers, we need to start doing what schools are doing, but at our level, at our ECD age appropriate. The next slide is emphasizing that if we work together as ECD, that's to 4, together with our foundation phase with R to 3, if we work together, we will strengthen this proper foundation, and it goes a long way. Remember, I highlighted that it includes both a curriculum development, but also teacher development. I'm sure most of you seated here, you do belong in what we call professional learning communities, PLCs. We believe that if we are to have effective, functional PLCs,
our practitioners will be developed. These are platforms where we provide, will always report to us with his PLCs are so, if we are to award them, we'll give them number one in the province. That's how functional they are. They share practices, they share, even challenges, and together they empower each other. And I think they meet this monthly, I think they meet every month to come together. So we believe if we are to have these structures in all our 12 districts, we will ensure that our teachers are well supported. So we believe that there is a strong need to prioritize early reading as part of I'm not going to go to town and cite the studies that are telling us that we are not doing well in terms of reading. Our kids, when they get to grade 4 level, they are unable to read with meaning. So the question is, what are we doing in ECD? What are we doing in the foundation phase to empower the young ones so that by the time they transit from grade 3 to grade 4, they are comfortable with the reading? We believe that if we invest in early education, we are investing in the future. The last slide, which is the conclusion, is where we continue to commit ourselves as the KZN Education Department, that we really want to work hand in hand with our partners. One thing unique about KZN, other provinces were asking us, what is it that you are doing? You started going up the ladder in terms of the quality results you are producing. And we are telling them, we embrace partnership. When our partners knock, we open our arms, we open our doors, and we welcome them, and we sit down and draw up plans, and we implement those plans together with our partners. And then has seen us, producing very good results. And we believe that same thing in ECD. If we are to do that, we will come up with inclusive, impactful, and accessible programs that will benefit all our children. And as a province, we believe together we can ensure that no child is left behind. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I really hope that we're able to together and collect and save in our minds everything that has been presented to us so far. Please can we take note of any input, comments, questions that you may have. There will come a time within the day where the presentations will sort of filter into each other and your inputs will really be ideal at that time. And then you would have heard the majority of them and you will have an action where are we taking this to. Next, I would like to welcome someone that will help us to strengthen ECD RTO engagement with local government and support, coordinating advocacy for ECD priorities and municipal planning and service delivery. Mr. Stakeholder from Equality Collective Rights.
Very much. Thank you very much, everybody. So lovely to see you all. Can we just stand to stretch our bodies? We've been sitting for a while, and I need us engaged. Okay, let's just reach our hands high. Slide. And then down. Yeah. Are you feeling good? Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I just want to take a moment of gratitude to Kobe and the colleagues at TREE for pulling this very important event together. I think collaboration is really where our power lies. We call it collective action, where we are able to reach across the aisle and see what others are doing and we can do it together. I'm very grateful that we have government officials in the room because I think that's where a lot of the leaders lie. My name is Tepo Manje. I am a children's rights activist. I am an advocate for early childhood development, and I coordinate the movement that is real reform for early childhood development. I just want to begin by a simple truth. It is all good and well to have national government create drives at the national level, or the policies at the national level. But colleagues, if local government is not going to come to the party, all of this is not going to move. Even for example, when we look at the Banapili mass registration, it's really good, colleagues from the DBE, that we have gotten people onto bronze. But where the challenge is going to lie is getting people from bronze to silver, and from silver to gold. Why? Because where are the environmental health certificates? They're taking 2 years and 3 years to get approved. There's an issue with the zoning. There's an issue with land use options, right? And these are because our local councillors and our mayors do not understand the role that they need to play in the ECD support and resourcing. So my talk today is really going to try to be practical about how we can join these efforts, recognizing that provincial can and should go down to local so that they can be engaged. But also, colleagues, so that we can recognize our role, our responsibility, the people in this room, on how to empower and enable local government. When we speak about local government, we as the residents who live in that local government are actually part of local government. So, but the current reality right now is that millions of young children are still not accessing ECD centers. Many programs remain unregistered, blocked at bronze, and practitioners are navigating impossible compliance environments. And local government is often absent, unclear, or acting as a barrier and not an enabler. We need to move local government from being a barrier to being an enabler. And we are the ones who are able to do that. So my talk today is going to be around how we can organize and mobilize ECD practitioners through forums, resource and training organizations, and community-based organizations, so that we can take the voice on the ground and inform what is happening in rooms that are decided on our behalf. To engage local government and district and provinces effectively, and more importantly, I will say, to use the local government elections that are coming up in 2026 as our leveraging point. Are you aware that this year we're going to be voting for local governments? Okay, if you didn't know, this year in 2026, we're going to elect new councillors and a new mayor in your municipality. So we need to think strategically about how we can make ECD a local government priority for the elections. You must not elect a councillor if that councillor has not spoken about ECD. When you go and go to these talks where they are getting votes and trying to speak to you, make sure that you are there so that you can bring up early childhood development. Next slide. Next slide, please. So just a little bit of the introduction. Rural reform is a national movement that is advocating for holistic, quality, and inclusive ECD services for all young children. Basically, what we try to do as a movement is make sure that the voices of the people that are caring for the young children are the voices that are informing policy, regulation, and legislation. Often what happens is that people come into your community and tell you, this is what the law is, this is what the regulation is. But then you ask yourself, who informed that? So what we do as a movement is get the voices on the ground to be in the rooms that are making the legislation. Next slide. So we have been working for the past 5 years or so, building a constituency on the ground around ECD forums and community-based organizations. And this, we have been working in a range of different municipalities, from rural municipalities to urban to metropolitans, trying to gather the best practices of getting local voices informing local, provincial, and national structures. So this engagement today, I'm going to be very practical, I say that again. So I encourage you to take notes and take this forward as you are going to go back into your community and be an advocate for your children. Next slide. Local government is already deeply embedded in ECD. One of the challenges we face is that when practitioners go to a council and tell them about ECD, the councillor says that's not our responsibility. They go even to the mayor. The mayor said, no, the function is not the DBE. We have nothing to do with it. That is wrong. And often we have practitioners turn back to say, well, they told me that they don't have a role to play. What can I do? It is important that we empower ourselves to know what is the responsibility of local government. And when I say our local government, provincial colleagues that are here, you are the ones who are going to enable this. So the province of KZN has to go into the districts and into the local municipalities to ensure this is happening. Because if they are not going to the local ground and just talking about province, we are going to be overlooking the strongest enabler. So what we are talking about, the challenges that we face, is that we have a fragmented entry points. What does that mean? It means we are running from pillar to post when we go to the local government structure. The infrastructure office is there, the zoning office is there, the basic services office is there. And when in the communities we deal with, practitioners have to take taxis to go to the municipal building. Then they come back because they're told that someone is not there today, but then they must go check another department. That's called fragmentation. We need a united ECD desk within local municipalities. We have inconsistent requirements in municipalities. So the province of KZN has multiple municipalities. Each municipality has its own bylaws. So when colleagues are hearing about what's happening in other municipalities, they say, but they're doing it like this. We have situations where other municipalities are accepting hand-drawn plans, where you can draw it yourself. Another municipality wants you to go hire an architect and pay 4,000 rand to do that work. What is that, colleagues? In the same province. So we need consistent interpretation of requirements. There's also compliance pathways that are not developmental. They are telling us rules, but not supporting us on how to achieve them. Compliance doesn't mean anything if it does not come with support. So these are the key issues that we are finding within local government. So this is the practical part about what needs to change. If we are serious about enabling ECD, then municipalities need to first have a single coordinated ECD entry point, an ECD municipal coordinator, a one-stop shop for ECD services and support. This is what you in this room today have to go back and tell your councillors. You have to go back and tell your mayors when they want to run for mayor of your municipality. You have to say, when you become mayor, ensure that there is a one-stop shop for ECD support and services. Why? So that within the municipality they can coordinate environmental health, planning, and building control at one desk. And have a clear step-by-step pathway for ECD regulation that is made available to practitioners and also to community-based organizations that are supporting the practitioners. Number two, we need to standardize developmental compliance pathways. Our local municipalities have to be familiar with the Banapele Mass Registration Drive and the Banapele Blueprint. Why? Because this has become the national North Star for what provision looks like. The DBE has a plan to have universal access by 2030. And that universal access, that means they want all children to be in registered ECD centers by 2030. The way to do that is in the Banapele Blueprint. So if your municipality does not understand bronze, silver, and gold registration, what are they doing at this point? We have to ensure that that language is known by your councillor, by your mayor, by your district officials. Number three, we also need time-bound service delivery. What this means is that we have to have clear turnaround time. We have, one of the biggest challenges is that we have inspectors come in, but then take a year, in some cases 2 years, to return to you with environmental health certificate. And you will not get to silver if you don't have an environmental health certificate. So we need our municipalities to implement time restrictions to say we commit to respond within 24 days, for instance, or within 14 or within 30 days, so that we have something to hold them accountable to. And these are not big dreams, these are the bare minimum. I frame these as low-hanging fruit because it's something that they should already be doing. At no point in this presentation am I introducing anything new. I am speaking about what the municipality ought to be doing. Next slide. So this is why mobilization is so important, colleagues. When I speak about mobilization, I speak about an active citizenry. I am an activist, an advocate. What that means is that I speak on behalf of young children. I speak on behalf of those that young children cannot vote for themselves. Young children cannot go to IDP meetings. What I know for a fact is that you are also an activist. You are also an advocate for young children. You have to start identifying as one so that when you go to these meetings, you don't sit in the audience silent. You stand up and you make submissions, verbally and written. Okay? Why verbally and written? Because when you just speak there, sometimes the officials sit here and no one is even writing down what you're saying. But if you can make written submissions, make sure they go to your councillor, make sure they go to the municipal manager, and keep a copy for yourself. What that means is that when they do not listen to you, you have evidence of engagement. You do that multiple times, 2 or 3 times, you still don't get a response, we have evidence of engagement. We have pathways of engaging with these things. We have very good friends at the Legal Resources Center here in Kenya. I don't want to say much about that because we are friends now. But what that means is that where accountability is not followed through, there are systems that can be followed to ensure that people do their work. But we need evidence to show that you have been engaging. Is that clear? So what mobilization means is that we have to be organized. Our strongest muscle in our advocacy work are ECD forums. When one practitioner goes to a municipal council or an official, they can often be ignored or dismissed. But if we can get 30 ECD practitioners to write letters, all 30 of them, to one person, that is seldom ignored, usually not ignored. So we need to mobilize together because we are all facing the same challenges. Right now, practitioners are navigating complex compliance systems without information, without coordination, and without collective leverage. So if you are in an ECD forum, it is your responsibility to ensure that your forum is working together. If you are a community-based organization within a community that has an ECD forum, it is your responsibility to support and enable that ECD forum to act in a united voice so that we can build the confidence of the people on the ground and ensure that they are in the rooms where laws are being made. So what is it that can be practically done? Again, if you're writing notes, please, so that you can take this back and report it about what you're going to do. Resource and training organizations, community-based organizations and ECD forums must move into 3 operational roles. Navigating support rather. This means provide practitioners with clear guidelines on municipal processes. We mustn't take it for granted that people know what they should do. People are often intimidated because we don't know what the IDP process is. We don't know what bylaws are. So community-based organizations have taken upon themselves to support and resource forums to say, as practitioners, there are community hearings happening at this library, at this community hall, and here's how you can participate. So organizations have to take on that responsibility to provide templates. Something that we do is we write out a template for IDP submission so that a practitioner doesn't start from scratch. But you can have something to look at to say, okay, maybe I can add things here and there. But you're already empowered with the language because it's intimidating to engage with the state directly. And also provide the step-by-step support. Where possible, go with the practitioners to these meetings so that they are there with you. Secondly, community-based organizations and NGOs can identify issues. You can be the one that's holding the challenges and surfacing them within the community. Things like delays, things like rejections, and conflicting requirements. This is a database that your organization can hold. So that when we go to a meeting, the organization as TREE, you arrive to say, we have been working in this community, and these are the challenges that we have observed. As Lulama people, you can say, we have been working in this community, and these are the challenges that we have observed. Why? Because organizations also hold a bigger authority, and they are, in a way, respected as community pillars. So we have to start taking on that responsibility. Thirdly, structured engagement with municipalities. We need organizations to support us with periodic engagement between ECD forums and municipal officials. So that if we're having a forum meeting every month of the year, at some point we need to invite councillors to those meetings so that they are there to listen to themselves. So we don't have to wait for the councillor to call a meeting. If your forum has representation of 7 or 8 wards, you can organize that 1 month. You are going to send invitations to your ward councillors so that they can come to your community meetings. And I will say, this is not easy because sometimes councillors are disengaged. Sometimes there's an over-politicization of local municipalities. This is the challenges that we face. That a municipal councillor represents one political party. So they don't want to support these people. These are challenges that we are really facing, but we need to document them because local municipality should not be about the politics and ideologies. For us, it is about young children and the people that are caring for the children. And that can unite all parties. Next slide. So, as we know better about what mobilization means, it means working together and identifying areas of politics, if you will, areas of governance, where we can strategically place ourselves. If we are able to get onto ward committees, I need ECD practitioners to be on ward committees. I need ECD practitioners. There must never be an IDP meeting that happens without forums organizing themselves and going there. So, as 2026 is a big year, we really want to push for ECD and young children and those who care for it to be a priority within this election process. The decision point, this is a decisive point, it's a turning point. It's not just an opportunity where we can set priorities, plan for development, and resource what we need. Next slide, please. So what must happen? These are a few things that we can work towards. Make sure that who we are electing understands the importance of ECD and the role of local government when it comes to key challenges and issues. ECD must be written within integrated development plans. That should be a non-negotiable. Because that's good. That's good. We have to track where we are present in the IDP. So Mama just said that in eThekwini, we are in the IDP. That's really good. Then our role becomes to track implementation of that IDP. That's the next step. So colleagues, go onto your Google and Google your municipality. If it's eThekwini, say eThekwini Integrated Development Plan. And then review what it says about the IDP. If there's still things that are missing, we make the submissions. But for the things that are there, we have to see whether implementation takes place. If you're not from eThekwini, look for your own municipality's IDP and review it. Take the time to read it. You can find it on Google, or if it's not there, you can go to your municipal office. Secondly, about ECD budget, municipal budgets. ECD can be put in the municipal budget, especially as it comes to infrastructure. Infrastructure is a local government mandate. And many of us are still operating out of bedrooms, garages, and sheds. Out of infrastructure that does not meet the norms and standards. Local municipality is meant to be supporting that infrastructure. As we heard from the DBE is that there is budget for it. We have to make sure that ECD is a line item. Thirdly, ward level mapping and of ECD needs. Many of our councillors don't even know how many centers there are in their wards. If you ask them how many centers are in your ward, they don't know. If you ask them how many centers are registered and how many are not registered, they don't know. So we need to get them to do a mapping, community walks of the ward, so that they know which centers are there. More importantly, they know which ones are registered, which ones are not. And even most importantly, understanding where on the registration pipeline you are. Colleagues, I'm not presenting problems here. I am presenting practical solutions for us to actively participate in, to collaborate with our local and provincial democratic role players. Next slide, please. What effective mobilization looks like? It looks like organizing practitioners, making sure that every municipality at least has an ECD forum that is engaged and participating. It means engaging municipal processes, knowing when bylaws are taking place, knowing when IDPs are taking place, knowing when community meetings are taking place, and deploying your ECD partners to be present at those meetings. Next slide. So, what political engagement looks like? It is having clear asks for the municipality to develop a simple municipal agenda. So this is where I want to park. We need to collectively, within your own municipality, as we are approaching the local government elections, the elections will be in November, but it's not confirmed, but it's being projected to be happening there. What we need to do before then, as a municipality, as people within that municipality, is to develop a clear municipal agenda. So that when you go to all the political engagements, you are singing from the same hymn book. So that you know, in this municipality, we are prioritizing infrastructure, land use, and basic services. And when you go to meetings, you are speaking about the same thing over and over and over again. That is how we get to do it. And the engaged councillors, when they are looking for votes, they're going to want to talk to you. You must tell them, my forum has 100 people. And these people will not vote for you unless you are prioritizing ECD. That is how we leverage this important moment. Next slide. So what does this mean for local government? It means local government needs to understand what they are responsible for. And you need to understand what local government is responsible for. When you go there, speak with confidence and conviction, because yours is a good cause. You are fighting, you are working on behalf of young children. So this is what you must know that they are responsible for. Health and safety standards and approvals is with local government. If they turn you back, this is what you bring up. Zoning and land use, infrastructure and basic services, bylaws and compliance. Other things like curriculum and things like that is national government. You're not going to speak about that with your local government, local municipality. And then what are the immediate asks that we can ask for? It is to appoint and or designate an ECD desk, a one-stop shop for ECD, low-hanging fruit. Conduct a municipal ECD audit of how many centers are in the community, how many of them are registered, how many of them are not, where are they in the registration process, and what are the blockages that they're experiencing. This is the low-hanging fruit that your councillors can do. 3 is to align municipal processes with the Banabele blueprint and mass registration. What that will require is for you to understand what is the Banabele blueprint and what is the role of local government within that Banabele blueprint. Number 4 is to integrate ECD into your next IDP, and where it's already present, track the implementation of the things in the IDP. Because it's good for it to be there, but we also have to ensure that it is happening. Next slide. And then for the role of the province, those in the room today, you are an accountability mechanism. This is where provincial leadership must be decisive, because municipalities cannot solve this alone. 1, they must issue clear provincial guidelines to municipalities on the role of ECD, on enabling ECD registration, and on aligning with Banabele. So provinces can give a directive, and they can establish provincial municipal ECD coordination platforms, which are already in place. But we need to engage with these so that we get the minutes of these meetings, because what is being discussed includes us. 3, provide technical support to municipalities where they fall short. And 4, to monitor the performance across municipalities and group them within the districts. Next slide. And then engaging with the workforce. This is probably one of the most critical dimensions of early childhood development services. It is the people that are the machinery, the engine of ECD, is the workforce. So we need to talk about the ECD system as including the workforce, and specifically recognizing that when we support the workforce, we are supporting largely a previously marginalized demographic of women who are holding up the sector of early childhood development. So when we support the workforce, we're actually addressing issues of inequality and issues of justice. We are experiencing conditions of low and inconsistent income, limited social protection, high regulatory pressure, and very little structural support. So those who are carrying the burden of early childhood development are not supported in any way. Next slide. This matters because recognizing and supporting the ECD workforce is not just a social issue, it's a local economic development strategy. If more the workforce is supported, it means we develop the economic development within the economy of the local municipality. And the thing is, it's not just supporting the economic development of the practitioners, but when parents feel secure and safe that their children are at a center, parents can go find work for themselves too, which is a bigger economic development. Next slide, please. So, in closing, this is not a small issue that we are talking about today. We are talking about building a community, building a province, and building a nation. And this is how we need to start speaking about early childhood development, especially going into the local government elections and the next national elections. It's not just about child outcomes, but it is about the outcome of South Africa. And that is the language that we need to adopt. If we are continuing to exclude young children and those who care for them, we won't be addressing the historic inequality, the gender poverty, and the local economic exclusion that continues to happen. So supporting the ECD workforce is one of the most immediate, and supporting early childhood development and the children at these centers is one way of advancing both ECD, equality, and justice within our community. So be inspired today, colleagues, to know that young children need you and you are capacitated to do this work. If you need the support, reach out and we can engage you on how you can engage your forum, the community-based organizations within your community, so that we can be stronger together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tiko. And we're going to move into a very, very, very short after break. But before you move, please please receive your snack pack while you're seated. And then stretch our legs and go to the bathroom. But please receive your snack pack first. The true staff will be coming around. Please can we be seated again by 11:45. We are running ahead of schedule.
Your plate too?
Who can I give more?
Are you using this water?
Please can we come back, take our seats. Let us return to our seats and maintain our head of spiritual status. Please can we settle down. Participants that are currently at the exhibits, please come back. Exhibits will remain open for the rest of the day. You can read this again.
Okay, we have. And we will now be entering into our session by Tatamanda. And he is going to assist us with the understanding of who is doing what, where, and with whom across districts and communities. So as NGOs within the room, we received a survey. We sent out a survey to 25 ECD centers, not ECD centers, to 25 organizations, and 22 responded. So we do feel that that is a very good response across the board from what we expected and what we got. And so Dr. Tawanda has then analyzed those responses from that survey and will now give us that feedback. So please now start to bring forward any thoughts that you had in the morning after what you're going to hear from Dr. Tawanda, and then to really just give us your thoughts when the time comes. And can you please sit it down and listen? Listen. Thank you.
Thanks, Mo. Still morning. Good morning, colleagues. How are you? So this is an interesting platform because I come in as an outsider. I'm an academic. I'm a researcher. I'm not an activist like Sebo. So in between my presentation were two barriers. Firstly, it was Sebo. It was a very good presentation. Let's give a hand of applause for it. The second it was the snack. Then people began to talk and got distracted. So I'm sure anything that and everything that I'll say will be just yeah and yeah. That's bear with me. So colleagues, so I was given a simple task to focus on mapping ECD services in KZN according to the survey that was conducted. I think if I was to ask the room and say, why should we map ECD services in KZN in South Africa? I'll be pointed out to the ECD Strategy 2030 and be told when we did it, you know why. Because we've got those 6 pillars that we need to focus on. They are critical. So it's important that we identify gaps and innovation. So we have to look at, so the mapping reveals which areas, particularly in rural, low-income communities, lack sufficient ECD services. And this helps us address the picture of inequity. So the critical part is we want to focus on inequality, we want to focus on access, we want to focus on affordability, we want to focus on a number of things. But we also want to improve infrastructure and safety. We know most ECD centers operate in unsafe or informal structures. How do we identify them? How do we categorize them? How do we prioritize them? We cannot do this without mapping. We have to understand this. So we also need to optimize resource distribution. This is critical, colleagues. And why this is critical is that, the universal distribution of resources only benefits those who are already doing well. If we do a one-size-fits-all, we know that children who come from upper, higher income communities will thrive, and that gap of inequality will not reduce, but it will actually increase. So what do? We need to rationalize resource distribution. Very critical. So we also need to integrate services. A lot of us are doing a number of services: nutrition, health, education, and we are looking at the first 1,000 days and beyond. The other critical issue is without data, we really do not know where we're coming from or where we're going. So it's critical that we have monitoring and evaluation systems. We also need to improve coordination among ourselves and stakeholders, including the government. So the private sector and the academic institutions. So that's important. So going into, can you go to the results and, sorry, Samira, yeah. So you'll notice most of those who completed the survey, they said they are ECD center based for 0 to 5 years. They do a lot of home visits, nutrition programs, and play groups, things like this. Then the primary focus area is early learning, followed by practitioner development, system strengthening, etc. Next slide. So these colleagues are going to rush through this because it's important. This is your information. We'll share the slides with you, and I think it's important that you just know the responses. But what's critical is what's coming after. So what's the program delivery mode? Mostly it was center-based. Next slide, please. So the curriculum or approach used was mostly LCF, and the age, next slide, the age group, mostly 2 to 4 years, but all age groups are represented until from 0 to 5. Number represents from 0 to 5. Children with disability, mostly, not most organizations, but 10 out of 22 reported that they assist children with disability. Then, child or program data collection. Mostly 19 organizations collect program or child data, which is very good. Only 3 say that they didn't collect any. Then, the type of data collected was mostly attendance or participation data. So, yeah, next slide. Then the data collection tools used were Excel, followed by paper-based and Google Forms. There are smart start tools, there's Mosaic, there's Concare, and WhatsApp chatbots. And monitoring frequency. What was interesting, and I've got a couple of questions here for the team, is for those who are collecting annually, what does that mean for them? You know, weekly, monthly, quarterly. What's the rationality behind that monitoring frequency? So then, primary source of funding, donor funding, very few from other government funding, but 5 state DBE subsidy. So support needed. Mostly it was fundraising and the resource mobilization, which makes sense, and nutrition support, partnerships and networking. Next slide, please. Then, what were the key organizational challenges that were picked up? The financial constraints, infrastructure deficits, human resource capacity, operational limits, weak systems and governance, external and system level barriers. Then most strategy priorities were fundraising and financial sustainability, infrastructure development and upgrades, staff training and capacity building and program extension. So these are the responses from the survey. Thank you so much for all who completed it. Much appreciated. I think the real questions are what we're going to talk about. And please may I ask everyone to engage as much as possible? Because this is why this day is here. So, I want to start with the critical person. How can funding models be restructured to address the persistent financial constraints across the ECD sector? So here you speak about yourself. Let's not generalize, because I think, to me, I'll give you an example. Funding comes with a lot of accountability. Funders need to know for certain that their money will be used, will be value for money. Funders don't just give Tawanda money because they like Tawanda. They want to see output, they want to see the person behind the fundraising, etc. And also think about what does it mean when we talk about sustainable funding? Because everyone wants sustainable funding. What do we mean when we talk about sustainable funding? And how do we get to there? So yeah, it's not, you can pick anyone, if no hands, it's okay. Please state your name and your organization, and yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Hannah. I'm from Smart Start. So, yeah, Smart Start is an organization that TREE-ECD as well as the having again. I don't know if I'm going to be answering your question on that.
You are.
There's a negative thoughts that I had. I think as someone in the beginning of the presentation spoke about how there's been so much progress in how handlers are convinced to aid them. And really is so much appreciated. We thank government for the increase in the team, but obviously we need systems to make sure that money can actually flow. We need governments to consider some flexibility, making things that can really support the spread of the ECD system. And NGOs are here to provide that support to be that backbone to governments. That's the first thought. And another thought I have is that, when it comes to funding, and I think as it concerns us in the NGO space, we get a lot of CSI or funding that goes from private sector. I think private sector must also challenge itself to really understand what is needed in the city. So last week I attended a meeting in another province where the ECD director was telling us a funder who wants to build a 5 million rand ECD state-of-the-art center that's going to be a hub for the community. That all sounds well and dandy, but it's 5 million rand. We have partners like ECD who have shown us that you can make use of funding. I think in 500,000 rand to build something that is low cost, something that is appropriate for children in the communities where children live, where they can access the learning programs. So I think finance also have to now really start to understand where they can make that impact. It's not just they want to see the impact of their funding, but they have to understand what is the sweet spot. It's not always in beautiful, glamorous buildings. And it happens when practitioners are well trained and supported. So how do we take those things apart? TEPO's address on local municipalities, and I think this also relates to them. Many times they will be the people who can allocate buildings, can allocate that kind of support. But unfortunately, and I don't know if there are also municipalities in the house today who can, also give us some sponsor thoughts, maybe, but we do need funding to be directed to where it is most needed, so that you can see the impact of the funding.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Morning, everyone. I'm Irene. I'm from sorry, President. I just want to highlight that there's someone who's taking notes. So when you speak, understand that someone is, complete with taking notes, because these conversations will form part of how to move forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ruby. So I'm National Business Development Manager for Properties. We in the sector now for 90 years. So I like to think we know a little bit of what we speak about, or a lot of what we speak about. I say that with all humility. Tawanda, I'm going to try to kind of filter through some of the questions that you have received. And much of what I'm going to say is not necessarily new to us in the room, but I feel it needs to be said anyway. So if you could bear with me. I call something that many of us suffer from or endure through, what I term the NGO sector syndrome. And it sounds a little bit like this: get all you can all you get, and guard the can. That's what we do. So there's very little room for collaboration when you have a mindset like that. There's very little room for partnership when you have a mindset like that. But there's lots of room for silo mentality and fragmentation when you have a mindset like that. And I say from the perspective, and make no mistake, amidst funding and economic crisis, there is enough money for all of us to do what we need to do well. We just do not do it in an effective and coordinated fashion. And we've seen that. So the EOF, the bundle care, is forcing us into that ecosystem of collaboration, of partnership, of networking and coming together. Now, many of us do a lot of what we do very well. The danger happens when we try to be everything to everyone. And we'll say it unapologetically so. We are good at what we do. And let's remain grounded in what we do well. And where the gaps are is to bring the partners on board. That's where you bring the partners on board. If you are not in infrastructure, for goodness sake, do not go and build a building. Bring some organization on board that's good in building a building. If you are good in teacher, practitioner training, awesome. Bring someone else to do the program and stuff. And that's how we partner. And we partner when we network, and we partner when we speak to each other. And I honestly believe we don't do enough of that. We don't do enough of that in spaces that have already been provided for us. We don't need to go and invent another forum, create another structure. They're there. But are we tapping into them effectively, coordinatedly, and are we having the right conversations and the right dialogues? The last point I want to make, my colleague Nicholas Sparkstad brought a very good point about private sector. Donors know what they need to know. The rest has to be informed by us. You cannot go in with a one-year project and expect to create impact. Because half that year, 3/4 of that year is gone to planning, and then there's the impact. We need to be advocates in the donor community. And I say this with humility. For want of a better word, donors should not be dictating, we should be informing. Because we are the experts. We know what effective programming looks like. We know what a quality intervention looks like. But we do not say this enough because we're chasing money. And when we in a worse situation than you found it. So I'm urging yourself, I'm urging myself, let's play the role that we need to play in the spaces that we need to play. And let's speak more often, more effectively, and together as a collective voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thinking about practical strategies. Okay, sorry.
Can I also note that, colleagues, this is a discussion time, so it's not only focusing on answering questions as asked by Dr. Makusha, but it's about engaging in all the presentations that you have been listening to. So this is the time for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So maybe to go back to this, I'm trying to think about what Tsepo was speaking about in terms of the local municipalities and how critical that is. Okay. How critical that space is for us to voice our concerns. And I'm just trying to think of infrastructure needs in the most vulnerable communities. And this is what happens. How many of us in this room work with the most vulnerable communities that you say, okay, here, this is very vulnerable. A couple, but not a lot. Because it's difficult to work in most vulnerable communities. You know why that is? Because the demands also are so high. So, going to what Zeko was talking about, and us saying, okay, we need to hold government accountable. To say, okay, so if we cannot access these rural communities, it means that gap of inequality will never be closed. And so, I think we need to trust ourselves also as the ECD sector to say, okay, how do we start talking? How do we start bringing these difficult conversations up? Because that child who was born in a very deep rural community where the bridge for access and everything is not there, will become an adult who is disadvantaged. We have kids who are disadvantaged. It's intergenerational. So how do we start? It's the ECD sector, because it begins with the ECD sector. How do we start addressing this? And it's critical. We need to start thinking about that. Maybe then, this is to you, colleagues. How can you strengthen and sustain human capacity to ensure consistent quality in ECD service delivery? What are the current barriers? And where are the men? So, those are two questions. It's not do what we always do. There's a hand in the back.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Firstly, where's the president? What's the here?
Thank you for that. Yes, we need to be here.
Thanks, Dr. I'm little music on the block. I work on the verge of the Nazi and the Mongol. And I think there's some very big white elephants in the country that we need to actually look at. So there's a pyramid where the bottom of the pyramid, the white structure, is ECD. And all your children under 6 and 7 years old. Take us into primary, take us into secondary, and then the senior, and then eventually tertiary. But in our country, the attention is given as an inverted pyramid. So the least attention is given to ECD, and there's a lot of attention given to tertiary. The other thing is, as a normal budget in the country, or even in your household, if you have an income and your expenses are more than your income, it's a red flag. And that's what's happening in our country. I think no one wants to talk about the stealing that's happening at government level. Everyone says there's enough funding, but it's not coming. The biggest evil there is tenders. People are getting obscene amounts of money to do the least work, right? This government wants to keep everybody uneducated. So they give out crumbs of child grant. And what's happening is the quality of education is becoming diluted. Last week, I did a scope on a 10-year-old who's pregnant. She's having a baby. So we have a big problem in our country in that children are having children. So last month, 100,000 children were born. Children under 18 years old. I'm from grade 1. That needs to change. It was last written in 1996. It was rewritten by the then education minister, his name was A.P. Singh, where he brought in the age group in 2000, in the year 2000, that if a child goes to grade 1, you add the age and the grade, so 6 plus 1 and 7. Your more private facilities, that is what is required. Johannesburg, Cape Town, I think 8 of the other provinces, will accept children who are turning 7 in grade 1. KZN still is in that low age group. Then we had COVID. COVID was a -1 year. Children didn't go to school for almost a year. So then this age group should have been reset in the year 2001 because a lot of the kids remain behind. Children are not being prepared properly, socially, academically, emotionally, physically at all if they are young and they go into school now. So that also needs to change. Because 30 years later, KZN has to move with the other provinces. I'll be very honest with you. There's more action in more trees than in KZN Department of Education.
Thank you for that.
My name is Dr. Nora Saneka, and I'm chair of the Quality Citizen Forum. And my concern is in the area of pregnancy, just not teenage pregnancies, children having children. Now there's going to be legislation on that very issue, and we need to, there's going to be cabinet review of it. And I think that school children who fall pregnant in high school and have babies, well, there should be creches in those high schools. The kids need to be taught how, the boys and the girls both need to learn how to change nappies. At the same time, the SEDA system can help facilitate proper feeding of these little ones, rather than them being put into creches and be fed porridge, where they should be exclusively breastfed in the first 6 months to prevent the transmission of HIV/AIDS. It stops these little ones being left with grannies or aunties or neighbors, while the kids carry on trying to study at school. There's nothing wrong in young kids being confronted with the reality of their situation, and grannies who are perhaps in their early 40s and don't even get inches of ground, being left to look after kids while the parents are even underage, where it's actually statutory rape. There needs to be proper counselling and support for such parents at such a young age. And the best way to help them understand their responsibilities, put a creche in the high school. Put a creche at the university, because university students that are falling pregnant. Have models of good baby and toddler practice. Prisoners who are in jail can only babies with them for the first 2 years. What is happening in the jails? Are those facilities being monitored by the education department? What is happening in terms of counselling? Education is not just about educating the brains of the children. It's the whole community development. It's the development of responsible citizens who realize that from birth, our children are citizens of this country and deserve all the rights, talking about rights, including the right to nutrition before they are born. So these pregnant girls in high schools should be getting special nutritional help. In fact, there could even be clinics attached to these high schools so that they can get proper family planning and so on. We're talking about counselling. The boys have gone from their responsibilities. Otherwise, if a girl has an irresponsible granny who passes alcoholic, she then takes the baby over to the boy's mother to be grown up by the boy's family. These are very, very common problems, and we have to have male education. We're talking about the focus on woman, woman, woman. Men need education, and if they're old enough to have a baby, they're old enough to be educated as to how to be fathers. And it has to start in the high schools because disastrous situation facing our country where girls are in denial as to their pregnancy and still trying to fit into type genes while they're 6, 7 months pregnant. We have a disaster on our hands partly because parents want to dump kids in ECDs and it's far from their responsibilities. And another disaster is that the government, following the neoliberal model, thinks of all these poor unemployed women as not being capable of anything else other than just childcare because they are women. And they say it's an easy way for these poor women to sustain livelihoods. And so we are glorified these days for parents is funding responsibility, government is funding from responsibility at different levels. And to have a veneer as to be educating the children, I question that. Professor Paula Zulu, who grew up herding cattle in high flats, questioned that as well in his research. He only went to grade 1 when he was about 8 years old. In that first year, he was already mature enough to go through grade 1 and grade 2 within that first year into grade 3. If we forcing early literacy down on the children and mathematics down on the children, when their brains haven't got enough experiences of playing in rivers and making clay sculptures. Our kids are not growing up in rural areas where they have that enriched experience of getting to know the names of the birds and so on. Then we are stifling their brains in boxes, little boxes. In town, in the city of Durban, you can only make a comparison between chicken farms and ECDs, because the more chickens you have in your farm, the more profit you make from your farm. If they're not subsidies for these ECDs, of course they will maximize the number of children, and the child starvation rates will go way out of proportion.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So I think there are a couple of things that are being raised. And one that I am consistently picking up is this change in the age in which children are going to grade 1. What do others think? There, she's nodding. I saw you were in agreement.
To be honest with you, I didn't quite get the question, but
No, you can answer any other person.
okay. I'm actually a head of department. I am at a government school, and I do oversee grade 1s and grade 4s.
My problem that I'm finding is that with grade R from a government school, all grade R's have to pass and go to grade 1 and they're not in school. They're not really. That's a big problem. Grade 1, they come to grade 1 and some of them cannot even write their names, can't even hold a pencil properly. That is because in grade R, parents are not serious about their grade R. They put all the work must be done by the practitioner. And for me, learning does not begin in a classroom. It starts at home. I know that I'm speaking to the reformed, but my plea is that in your centers, you should communicate this with the parents. The parents out there do not know. And as the professor said, that parents are becoming parents more and more younger. So the young are raising children that they themselves were not ready for, and they themselves were not educated enough. So that is what I'm saying to you, that please communicate with the parents. Let them know there are so many things. Even if you go on the net, there's so many practical things that they can do with their children. Play is very, very important. Very important. Simple things, you don't need money to go out there and buy expensive toys, expensive educational things that you do at home. You can make Play-Doh at home. Child that has a problem with talking, like our child can't speak as yet. There's things you can do at home. Blow bubbles, blow through the straw. But kids don't know this is because why? We are not telling them, and some of our teachers, practitioners also don't know this because we come from universities and all we know is theory. I feel that we need to go back to the departments as well, that they need to open up colleges, more colleges. A university that comes out with the know-how only the head. Practically they don't know what to do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Back to my question. What do people think about children starting school at 5, 6, or 7?
Right. So one has to first look at the context of parents that want food for their little ones at the age of 4. Yes, and principals of schools with their PT, where the more children in their primary school, the higher the salary of the principal. So there's pressure from the principals of primary schools to bring in the little ones. Parents are pushing the little ones along with the bigger ones for the nutrition and the childcare. Basically just to sit at the grade out class. So that's one problem in terms of introducing the grade level mode into primary schools. They're already the grade level mode is attending the grade out classes. That's the reality. And then, and the cause of that problem is because the ECDs in the community are not getting adequate nutrition and subsidies where the primary schools are. And I also agree on these principles because, as I said, the more children will have lower wages and the higher their salary. But the other problem is actually what is best for children. And in terms of the Children's Rights Convention on the Rights of the Child, as signed by Nelson Mandela in 1995, the best interests of the child should always be the first consideration. Not what is best for in school in terms of income and principal salary. And what is best for a young child is play. And maybe the environment, which is the third teacher, is not conducive in primary schools, let alone the danger of toilets and little ones drowning or abuse by older primary school children of younger primary school children, let alone the different energy levels of the older and the younger, where the older child might just run over a little 5-year-old because he's 12 years old and didn't see the one doesn't have peripheral vision and still not very old time. There are all sorts of developmental problems that will be based in community development situations and the kinds of problems that parents, first and foremost, are facing. We also have parents that need 24/7 care, night shift parents in the inner city, working in the hotels, food stations, and so on. This is partial care with a difference. This is weekend care for retail workers who are working on Saturdays and Sundays, and even Easter Sunday on a full moon. And parents are working in call centers extremely late hours. There's an abuse going on of parents and a lack of respect for parental responsibilities, whether it's teenage responsibility or the older parent. So it's not about the brain of the young child, whether it's brain or not. But the illustration is that I have two daughters, and the one who stayed back from grade R in 2000 waited to grade 1, only year she was 7. She's a medical doctor now. The other one who went in at the age of 5 into grade 1, she's also very bright, and it's taken her that much longer now that she's 35 and she's doing her master's in industrial psychology. So why we started later had an advantage from the beginning. She was more mature in high school in terms of relationships with boys, for example. And we must remember that in South Africa we have many children who tend to fail grades. So you can get 14, 15-year-olds in grade 7 in primary school. Do we really want 10-year-olds in with 14, 15-year-olds? No, we don't. We don't, in terms of maturation and socio-psychological impacts of things. Boys can be that much stronger physically and end up in the first rugby team in the military. Whereas if they were only 16, still turning 17, would they have an achievement? Can we take the focus off grade the child onto their holistic development, which is what we focus on in early childhood?
Thank you so much. Over to you.
Hello. So one of the things I'm thinking around the second bullet.
Introduce yourself and
organization. I'm Mario Clausen. I'm with IDK Foundation. So one of the practical strategies that I think we can also do around infrastructure gaps is also around looking at the infrastructure assets that municipalities have. A lot of them don't know what they have, they don't know how to maintain it. We came across another partner in Eastern Cape who are doing or have started a youth work program where it's upskilling the youth to actually do the maintenance of those ECD centers in that community. The stipend is to pay by the municipality for 12 months, but they are graduates who have frontier youths who are doing this work who need to have practical skills. And that's one example of how to actually understand and how to upgrade assets that currently have, instead of building an elephant to like 5 million hub that's not going to be used by anyone else. Another thing I'm thinking around is that we also need to broaden our thinking around the human capacity. We've done also youth work programs, and to retain staff, not every youth must be a teacher. Some wants to be an admin, some wants to be human resource. One wanted to came up with the idea of how do I support ECDs after these 12 months, but I am a qualified electrician. So how does that kind of work also feed into the care economy aspect? I think that's also something broaden our thinking that we all know that we can identify those people, those who are going to be practitioners, those who are going to be administrators, so we broaden the scope of work also in ECDs.
Well, thank you for that.
I'm going to be behind you. The fact that I can see games does not block me from contributing. I'm part of the system. I think I want to comment, because information, my passion is on human resource development. I want to comment on one of your questions that speaks to human capacity. And when commenting on that, I want to raise quite a number of issues that I want to challenge us as NGOs. One, it's a question of how do we understand professionalization of the ECD sector. That for me is a discussion that we need to get deeper into it. That is very important because it affects how we are challenging the recognition of the ECD workforce. So that's a topic that I want us to discuss one day, but I want us to start by looking at us as individual service providers that are focusing on professionalization as to what does that mean. When you speak to that, you cannot speak to that not speaking about the quality. We need to look at the quality of programs that we are offering. Colleagues, whether you love to hate me, it's okay. We are the very same people who are using the ECD workforce in terms of the quality of programs that we are offering. And we blame universities when they are not considering the kind of product that are coming from our corners. I'm challenging us again. That's another issue. I know when we speak quality, quality is a big term. How do we tease it in order for us to fit within what we want to see as a future kind of an ECD workforce that we want to develop? And the speaker before me also mentioned that there's more, in fact, he was not saying, but he said similar to this. There is more to a qualification in terms of professionalizing of the sector. But all of us in this room, all what we are fighting for is to ask for funding for level 4. We're all committing with same funders asking for money for level 4. It does not end there. We preach for a level 5. We preach a collection of certificates that are not taking the ECD workforce anywhere. And we do not give the proper information in terms of allowing an individual to be able to take a decision. Guys, love to hate me. We are contributing in abusing the ECD workforce. We are contributing in confusing the already confused ECD workforce. Because we all know that the practitioners, they always run for where there's a qualification. Because we promise them that if they get these qualifications, they will get being employed. They'll be employed by the Department of Education. And we forget to look at the quality and what does professionalization mean. Can a person be professionalized in this space without having a PhD? That's a question that we need to talk about. Not everybody within our sector will be able to articulate into a university qualification. But how do we make sure that we take care? I think he was talking about administrators and all those aspects. And I'm adding, we've got people who are managing the guidance in our ECD centers, but we do not care in developing them. We've got people who are cooking for our children. We're talking about nutrition and challenges, because people who are cooking for our children are not well professionalized in order for them to be able to cook properly so that they cook the food that is speaking to the holistic development of the child. If when I'm talking about quality, I'm also cannot talk about the quality of trainers that we have in our own organizations. And we expect a university to consider our products, our level 4 graduates, when in fact they were trained by a level 5, just one certificate ahead of that for me leaves much desire if we want to be recognized in terms of professionalizing of the sector. So I'm raising these issues because I want they form part of what we're talking about, human resource development plan by the Department of Education. How do we find ourselves within that in making sure that we're proud of the product that we are producing as different service providers within the ECD sector. Doesn't matter whether someone is waking you up in the middle of the night when you have to speak about your proudness or your pride about what kind of teachers are you producing. You are able to speak even if you are mumbling in your sleep because you know what you're talking about. So these are the issues that I want us to get deeper in engaging them. And we kind of, as much as I'm not taking them out of the black of Dr. Tawana, I won't mention names, not taking them out of the equation in terms of how supportive the department has to play a role in terms of this professionalization. But how to make sure that what you are selling to funders, what you are selling to the private sector, in fact, is going to bring a better kind of a teacher, kind of a practitioner, kind of an ECD workforce that we need in the ECD space. Thank you, Dr.
Okay, now we've got one hand here.
Okay, good day everyone. Let me just this on the free partnership aspect. I will just be a lot of these as compressed to me. Okay, the crisis that we are facing right now is just poverty. The poverty pushes us to where we are going to be, just because of some incentive, and so on pushes us. Looking at the situation that was raised previously, to say education starts at home, but we say professionals are at school, and then the parent does not have a space in there. And then you put something in the mind of a child, and then they say it's not the right one, but the right one is just the professional. When there are places in school, they cannot even attend all our children. And then there's only one thing in mindset that everyone possesses. That says, when you want to be organized, go for education, but education is a crisis. We have a crisis of getting grade 1, they don't get space in time. We have a crisis with the grade 8, which indicates that education is a crisis. And then we have something that we can hold on. The thing that you say, children under the age of 5 they belong differently. But when it comes to grade 1, they say standard age. What about getting rated different times? If someone gets rated before 6 years, then why are the child get to school? Because they are rated before others. And then looking at how can we strengthen and sustain the capacity of the city? And then looking at the funding models that are the subsidy that's coming from education. And then you find that a center has been running for years without a subsidy. And then when the subsidy comes in, it is being processed by those who are being paid on time and all the times. But they just let the fresh access the funds 5 months later. And then you ask yourself, how could someone who's offering a quality education there will sustain herself or himself to be there and do the best when the service is provided? It's there, but those who are facilitating it, they are not doing it on time in the right moment. And then those are the factors that are affecting the quality when it comes to running of the centers. And then most of the centers are established by those who are professional. And then when the government steps in, they say you're not qualified, step out, then someone must fix in. And then that person comes in, pushing the funds, pushing the benefits, not focusing on the children as they are. And then that pushes those who are owning the centers to say, let us just break the law to say we just have to admit more children to make their life easy. Who does that? The government themselves to push the crisis forward. We don't just cause it.
Thanks. It's not simple, but a lot to answer. I'll come to you. I saw your hand. I'll come to you also. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm Vanessa.
I've not been sent by the university to come to this place, but I'm here today. But what I just want to highlight is that now is the time for the universities to work with you. And I'm very much happy and excited to share with you that when we talk about colleges of education, now universities are becoming colleges of education. I spoke to you this morning to say we are very much willing to lower ourselves down as universities, in as far as developing level 5 and level 6 and also working with you. Right now we are planning meetings where we will talk about issues, and the university is part of the forums that have been developed. So I'm excited. And also, when taking some points from what Nozibo presented about the development of quality. In schools, most of the time we talk subject advisors, and I'm happy that it's what is going to be developed in ECD as well, so that ECD practitioners are workshop developed in order to be at the level of teachers. So I'm so excited when we talk about the national curriculum framework as well as the CAPS, and also when we look at where is coming from, and we in some maybe 5 years time we'll be looking at ECD and where it's coming, and I'm so excited. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Sophie Fantastic. I'm from Smart Staff Advice. I would love to not speak as Smart Staff. I'd like to speak just as you. There are various factors that are in our discussions this morning. And from Cecily's conversation about our goals in the country, leading up to 2030, and your discussions about the fund regarding the heads and the health marks, and that gap between excess in the country for ECD. And it makes me wonder and think, realistically, how are we enabling a situation where, when you look at the numbers, that particular gap does not exist in Uganda. It doesn't even exist in lands. It exists in units level, I'm sure you know, shelters, you know. It exists in Ebangai. It exists in Emonmoni. Like, those are the areas where you know, those are the kind of situations where also, like you said, was mentioned, including municipalities and zoning. Those people are not zoned. They are not there because the municipality has put them. So also, those are the various challenges that we are looking at as communities to say, in fact, when we look at the gap, it does not exist in our middle class. It doesn't exist in our, it actually exists in our below income living. And those are the very people that are struggling to zone into hotel space. Therefore, that money that we are talking about that is being allocated to our different districts in our provinces for ECD, will it really ever get to do what it needs to do in time that it needs to get it done? Because 2030, like you said, is in 4 years. So say we are we are still waiting for that 2-3 years health and safety certificates. Excess does not mean that there has to be a standardized way of doing this. I feel as though even in our policy, if we are engaging with play groups, for example, there should be a manner in which we acknowledge that what is a play group, where play groups exist, and also the infrastructure that is surrounding the play group. Because honestly, for the department to say, and again,
start to collaborate and master with you. But as an individual who has a 2-year-old and a 10-month-old, I'm thinking of the situation as if we are now saying to you are going to wait for our silver and gold registration for you to give me that subsidy. What happens to the 6 kids that I am looking after because someone has mentioned that Umawake is working at Mr. Price, Umawake is working at PK, because those kids currently exist in our communities. They are not waiting for a silver and a gold registration. They exist in our now. And that money, that education, is not for the silver and gold registration. That education is actually for that child who is in that baby for somewhere, a child cross. So I think as though, even in our generation, and I'm glad that you stood up to say something about universities, because I'm seeing this as an opportunity to say, hey, okay, we have people who are not professional that are looking after kids. How can the universities give the ECD last year students some mentorship with those people to partner together so that they can learn something from each other? They can give up whatever it is that they learn in the universities, and the aims who are actually looking after them in the community will also learn something from them to say, professionally, this is how we are supposed to do it, this is how I'm supposed to run an activity, and all of those things, this is what I'm supposed to achieve from it. So these kind of thoughts I believe they're going to have, but if we are just going to gloss over the real issues, we will get to 2080 with our budget still going back to vision, back and forth to vision. I just, before I said, I am really keen with the department and our government structure to consider the fact that that money is not for a silver registration child. That gap that was identified basically because of that child in that squatter settlement. And that particular allocation is for that child. That excess gap that we are seeing, we won't be able to go by the silver registration. The excess gap is right there in those bronze registrations.
Thank you. While she's coming to you, there's a colleague of mine, Professor Chris Desmond. He wrote a paper called Other People's Children. What we do as government, as organizations, as people, is we take other children's children as other children's children. We can do what, these children need this. My child needs this. So it's an article, if you Google it, Other People's Children, it tells you that most practitioners, most government officials look at children and they say, okay, but that's not my child. My child will go to this school, but okay, these ones are fine where they are going. They're fine. This school is adequate for them. But if we change that mindset and say, okay, is this what we really believe in? Then maybe we'll have a better community.
Oh, I'm nervous. I'm nervous and bubbling inside. I'm Teresa Hoppy. I'm from Daffodil's Education Body, which I'm a founder for. A small description of Daffodil's. It's a boarding school, as I said, education body. My vision from having the body was thinking about these children that are getting children from school and not being able to go back to school to pursue their goals. And also thinking about parents who are working at call centers, odd hours, and not being able to leave their children in a safe environment. So I thought, you know what? Let me be different and come up with a body for young children aged 1 to 5 years. So I'm here in the sentence that says, how can we strengthen and sustain human capacity That is the biggest problem that we are having, that I am having. But obviously I'm talking to everyone. That is the biggest problem that I'm having. Because I'm working with children who are at schools, who leave their children with me and leave them the whole month or the whole week and fetch them over the weekend. I need people who are going to be hands-on into working. But how am I going to do that? Because a child going to school is only getting the grant, 500 rand. And you know what, I need to feed these children 3 or 4 times a day. There's snacks in between. There's pampers, there's wipers, and everything. It has to be a very good environment as well, where children are safe to clean and what environment. But it makes it very difficult when you can't sustain what you call human capacity. Treat, elect everyone in the class, then come and educate our practitioners very well. Great, level 4, level 5, but then we pay the peanuts. They can't stay with us. 1,500, they go to a home. What will they do with that? So it becomes a problem. So yeah, that's so much to say. I'll just stop there.
No, thank you so much. So, okay, maybe my next, after you, my next point will be, I want people to think, we've got so much data that we've got in our organization. What are we doing with this? You know, what are we doing with all this information, all this frustration that is coming out of the room? Well, most of it directed to the North people. Okay, go ahead.
Hello everyone. My name is from Provincial ECD Association. So Provincial ECD, especially the practitioners. Hey, practitioners. It's hard for our centers, especially if we're making so many years with the NGOs. The NGOs, they come and help us with the trainings. And I'm talking maybe in our center, we got teachers with 10 years experience. But they have the uncredited certificates, level 4, they do have level 4. And now I can get in my mouth, saying 2030 is around the corner. And I'm so stressed because at the back, when I get a there's no qualifications. I don't know what to like. I think not only social life because the thing is English, but it is all that it is a tremendous. It is also speaking. I feel like it was a lot of feeling as keep as keep it's a minute now, we are just looking one as exposure to ancestors are reaching in the NCF level. Now we are teaching with the system, we are collaborating with education very well. And the thing is, here is 2030 is around the corner, and we don't have that. I think one Zama, which they are coming to us when we are ready.
No, thank you so much.
And then the last one is scenario problem. Our primary schools are enrolling 4 years now and 3.5, and they can't even take care of them. That's one of us. Because we are dealing with the babies. So if you can see, maybe you are looking for a child from 0 up to 3 years. Then after 2 years, you can see the baby is walking along the steps to school. And we are trying to voice up for that issue. The principals are ignoring us. Can you please help me, please?
Thank you so much. Thank you. So, colleagues, maybe, so you've got so much information that you are bringing out. May I ask by show of hands, How many of you have monthly, quarterly, or annual reports that they have to submit? So what I mean is, for every program, project, like for your work on a daily basis, because this takes data, right? The data you collect every day. So I can see there are a few, but what I would urge us maybe going forward is think about how do we capture, things that happen today. Not for the founder, but for yourself. Say, okay, so this has happened, or a child is fallen, or this, or something good. Let me talk about something positive. So what do I need to do to maybe increase this experience, reduce this, danger, etc. Like best for yourself, because we have to collect data best for ourselves, not for the fund, because it has to be according to our priorities. And thank you for that. We have to ensure that as organizations, each and every day we've got something to note down. At the end of the month, maybe reflect if you're the only person who's running this. Reflect and say, okay, here I did well. Okay, here I need to improve. Here, what is it that I need to do? What it does is, our life is project management itself. So if we don't reflect and introspect, most of the things that we're supposed to learn as human beings, we then do not learn. But if we take a step back and say, how did today go? Like right now, I'm looking at all of you, and I'm thinking, some of you are saying in the back of your mind, this was a waste of my time. I appreciate that, because it makes sense. Then tomorrow you won't attend such things, because you know what, it's not helpful. But for some, it's like, okay, it's worthwhile. Let me go and reflect on my organization. I need to do 1, 2, 3. So, all I'm urging, we are continuously learning as human beings, as parents, as practitioners, as people. That's how we do it. So, this is why that question is so important, the role of data. Because it doesn't have to be on the computer. It can be on paper. We wrote our notes on notebooks, and we reflect. So today, I met Ken, we spoke about this. This is important. How can I learn from Millions Community College? I need to do 1, 2, 3. But if the moment you come out of this room, most of the stuff, because we do not have that, what you call photographic memory, most of us will remain the important messaging. What I mean when I talk about the important messaging is, if you go to someone who is concentrating on a WASH program, you talk about WASH, you talk about nutrition, you talk about early learning. What they pick up from that conversation is WASH. But if you are writing other things, then you pick up WASH, you pick up nutrition, you pick up early learning. So all I'm saying is, it's important for us to always, in our organization, say, how do we reflect, how do we introspect, and how do we then move forward? I think, having said that, do we have any questions? Should I hand over to Nosiko to ask answer what she can answer? Then I'll hand over to Sino. Okay, we've got questions.
After the network, people say from the city. So I have an issue that I face with my show. I work in the bureaus. So in those areas, you guys know, from grade 1 to school, one pay school fees, one items. This is how you from grade 1 to so then I'm registered for unfunded center. And then the practitioner said, okay guys, just rent school fees for 79 school fees. Parents will like literally mortgage because now it's a thing of they consider it as a focus for nothing is focus for net care for education of a child and so on. So they will now set up it's impossible for this person to tell parents pay. They can tell them, oh, it's okay, you guys need to pay. But parents will go sure. And then over time, you will find that parents will finish, pay to school, pay to school. And then this person now close down. So then now my issue is how do we reach this inequality in such ways? Because okay, you will come say in that area there is nothing, things are possible. But then you know it's in 4 years, 2 people have dropped out from this area. But now you're being told to go back and waste valuable resources that we used to do in other places. So how do we reach this inequality and quality education in those areas?
Thanks. I think that's a very important question, and I'm not trying to answer it, but I think what it calls for is, we live in communities. We need to let communities understand. Like you said, if you are running this and you've got no other support, if communities come and they chip in, you spoke about something important where the government is looking after another with a ticket pay who's they have to understand to say, okay, I have to subsidize for this person to look after my child. So it's about that kind of conversation. I think what we miss in our human life most is because we are first human. It's that kind of communication. I don't agree with this. How do we do this? Can we try and meet halfway? That way, you can even have a standard payment system. I'll give you an example where maybe Tawanda affords more than Snow. So Tawanda, you can even say, okay, Tawanda, for your child, whatever, I'm charging 100. But because this one, you can see she's a struggling mother. You can say, okay, no, what can you give me? But give me something. Because whatever it is, then it makes the place sustainable. We have, otherwise, it's always what we say about lectures.
Teaching strategies. 5 So our practitioners are ECD practitioners so that they can do what they need to do in the business, stimulate the children, and then at the same time, you then come up with the developmental approaches to support them to get them that minimum qualification. I don't know if the minimum qualification is an implementation, but I have a lot more questions that I'm really interested to hear from others. That, what are the practical solutions that can help us? Also considering that the 2030 strategy there are about, I don't know, more than 100,000 other ECD practitioners that need to be trained. So how do we train them in time and equip them properly? 400,000. Yes.
465 to get there. 465,000.
Almost 500,000.
Coming with answers and solutions yet again. But we are here to have a conversation. Part of the presentation here was about professionalization. For me, professionalization is not a level 4 certificate, it's not a level 5 certificate, it's not a diploma, but professionalization is being able to support a passionate woman or male, according to daughter, to be able to do what is supposed to be done in front of the children. That for me is professionalization. What does that mean? And when we talk about the challenge in terms of the quality teaching and learning, it's not the issue within the ECD alone, but it's a general education system issue. If you are coming from universities, you know, produce better than the people who have not even went to university. By saying that, I'm not saying university or a qualification is not important, but I'm saying, and I'm coming closer in responding to a slight point that good dog from UKZN referred to, that saying, well, lower and lower standards. I want to rephrase that to say we are responding to the need. In whatever form the need is, we've got a variety of ECD workforce. People who are bringing their passion, their commitment, their dedication. How to make sure that we create packages of programs that are going to support them to continue with being our hand in anywhere when we will need our hand not for anywhere. The facilitators who are going home for playthrough will need our hand. Not every man wants to be a fully qualified teacher. But what programs are we packaging in university that at least are having CPT points that will encourage people to want to do them? That's all what, if we can agree on that, I will die or retire, my knees are finished, I will retire a head person, taking care of where the ECD workforce individual is. Yes, there are ones who want to go to university. We'll always encourage them to go to university because they can go to university. I don't even want to go get a level 4, 18 months, level 5, 24 months, level 6, 3 years. That is a PhD. That is a PhD. And when she or he wants to go to UKZN, I can see all these papers that are bringing to me, but you do not have a bachelor pass grade 12. And we said to that person, when you do a level 4 is equivalent to grade 12. So there's a lot, that's why I said in my opening in terms of the human capacity. There's a lot of conversation that we need to agree in terms of supporting independent education in the human resource development plan. And that is my comment.
I wanted to make comments before getting to of answering all of these questions. There's one question that has come up a couple of times that relates to whether or not we have enough funding, and whether funders are funding the right interventions, right? And the comment was made about all of us fighting for the same type of funds, and one will be made specific example before and professionalization. I think there's one thing that we as NGOs don't talk enough about, and it is about designing for obsolescence, right? And that means that we should design interventions that are not perpetuating delivery models. So it should never be about smart but it should be about achieving outcomes that are no longer requiring external interventions, not us being in the system forever and ever perpetuating intervention. So what does that mean? Right? If you think about EOF as a mechanism that is currently in use, it's actually starting to do that. Because it's now no longer paying for results, but the activities, right? it's now encouraging innovation and delivery ones. It starts talking to what one is talking about now and responding to the needs. Therefore, if I can show that my work is delivering the outcome, I should therefore be funded, right? It also starts shifting the focus from who delivers to what delivers impact. Once we start shifting that focus and we start talking about who delivers impact, it starts opening the net and makes collaboration possible, which is why we're here. Because it's about impact, not about what Smartster does, not about organizing. It's how do we come together, add in our expertise, and the outcome is impact. It then makes it also easy for funders to find it, because it's about impact. So we're no longer now put in a position where we are competing for funds, but we are competing for the best possible solution. And that solution is going to be funded. Is going to be distributed amongst all of those who are delivering that solution.
Thank you. That's a very helpful. I think you need to face the crowd.
Okay, no, thank you so much. I did indicate that for us is to listen to you, right? So we have listened and we have taken notes. I might not respond to some of the issues, but I will just highlight what I have noted and share where we do have programs already in place, but will also indicate where we don't have programs to respond to such issues as yet. I'm not going to speak to everything that you raised for our attention, but I have tried to identify the key issues that kept on coming, right? So pardon me if I do not do justice, but believe me, I have tried to take notes, and I'm sure I will get further inputs from the secretary who is taking notes of the entire session. Let me also make a disclaimer here to say, you see the issue of qualifications, professional development is a very sensitive issue on our side as government, as a qualification, because we have not yet reached a stage where we are formally appointing, where we are not formally appointed practitioners. They are not within us. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. Unlike teachers are employed by the government. So it is easy for the government or the department to regulate their qualification, to say, because we want to appoint you, this is the minimum requirement for you to be appointed. With practitioners, it's a different story. They are still in the ECD centers where we are not yet paying their salaries. The subsidy is not what you can proudly say is paid for their salary. It's just a subsidy. You get what I mean. So my comment will also be along those lines. We acknowledge that we are not in free, right? Let me start with the first one that I picked, the issue of the admission age. Right? It's a very issue I've noticed. The admission age issue is covered by the South African Schools Act, as amended through the Bella Act. It is policy, it is law. Unfortunately, it's a national issue. I heard somebody was saying KZN. It's a national, it's law, it's implemented at a national level. Grade R is 5 years. 4 years, turning 5 by 30 June, is it? Grade 1 is
6 years, 5 years, 10 years, 6, 5, to 8, 6, unfortunately. So we cannot change it at our level. I'm sure if we want to contribute, we can start a discussion, a submission back to the minister. I'm sure she can listen to us if we are not comfortable and we want to challenge. But for us as a department, we are at a stage where we are implementing. We acknowledge the challenges that come with all this. That's why we avail ourselves to advance my colleague, my hope, let's see, regarding funding, regarding no fee in school. And just to add, and I heard him say grades 1 to 12. In fact, it is grades R to 12, because those no fee in schools enroll kids from grade R level and they do not pay school fees, besides 1 up to 3. And that is why we are encouraging, I'm trying to use these words carefully. We are not forcing, but we are encouraging our ECD centers to release those grade R so that they can access the free education, the no paying fee schools from grade R, so that as we struggle with the provision of the subsidy, at least we are left with the 2 to 4 years. That's where we come from. But again, we are not forcing anybody. Are we together? The second issue that I picked, grades are not even ready for grade 1. And I liked the contribution made by my departmental head over there to say she is there to oversee what is offered to these young ones, to check the assessment standards, whether they are assessed. And this is exactly what we want to see. Because remember, in our institution, we don't have these suitably qualified departmental heads that we can rely on. Are we together? But they are there in schools, overseeing the full phase, foundation phase, from R to 3, not even just we have. And that's where we want to have those weekly, monthly updates on how these young ones are doing, so that we can then work together with our subject advisors to improve the conditions. We are noting a concern raised by one colleague over there, delayed payments of the subsidy. I think it was my brother over there. Even the subsidy that we are providing, we are not consistent. We are not, we come along with this year. There was very challenging. I'll tell you why. But we are acknowledging everything. School fees. But this year, remember, on 2025, there was an introduction of a new tariff from 17 to 24 months. I think that's where our problem started, because we had to honor that first. We had to speak to it that we provide for this new tariff. And it was striking, I can tell you that it was not easy, but eventually, DPA also came to our rescue by providing us with additional funds. We tried to process the payments, such as others have just received those payments just in the previous and the last quarter. So we believe we are there. We believe 2026, 2027 will not be that much challenging, because we have given, we were able to add new centers. So it's a matter of us, planning, with an improved, plan
so that we do not disadvantage. Because, like I'm saying, the subsidy itself is not enough, but it's even worse when you delay with the payment of the subsidy. Let me come back to the issue of qualifications again, because it keeps on coming. And start by committing myself and Umangu. I think I did not explicitly declare that I am the chairperson, she is the deputy chairperson of an ECD task team, subcommittee task of the Human Resource Development Committee led by the premier of this province. We've got a huge task ahead of us. Last year we were given, as part of our task, it has to meet UKZ. And I told Dr. Zama that after this meeting, we've got an appointment, and I've cleared my schedule, I've got a date. So we need to meet. The three of us, she will come with colleagues from UKZ, and we will see. I will come with Mrs. Smart and my colleague. She will come with whoever will be fit to sit in that, and together we need to come up with a strategy for the province. We will do that by end of the year. I've got a date. I'll give and by the way, we are not politicians. We'll do. Okay, so we will try and look what I like, what I hear from this gathering is that we will really have to look at our provincial context. We have to come up with a case and strategy that address our specific needs. Not others in other provinces, because we've got unique needs and we'll really have to respond to them. So yeah, we will do this colleagues, and we not make promises, but for that we will take care. And let me also talk to the issue, a very sensitive issue, I must say, raised by my sister over there. And of the different modes we have, play groups, lessons, centers, day mothers, everybody who takes care of our little ones. It's a very serious challenge that we are trying to come up with a strategy to address, and again, we are not yet at a level where we've got something tangible. We are trying to bring everything together. We are trying to strategize with how best can we address it. Because again, the areas that you were citing, those are our areas in need of support. SME is doing a wonderful work. They are trying their best, I must say. Other municipalities will be brought in education as well. I've got a meeting coming on Monday where we'll be sitting with Salga and Porter in one meeting, where we will try and come up with a plan. It is called an onboarding session example for our municipalities. We're going to strategize how we're going to reach out to all our, it's 11 of them, who we combine two of our education disciplines. So now we're going to come with a plan that will have dates and venues for us to go to our municipalities and address the leadership. Our main target is the EHPs, but we don't want to just go straight to the EHPs without involving their supervisors as well. So there is an end to this. I'm raising this because the challenges that we cite, it's a long list, and those are general issues. Always try to raise the issue of zoning. And my heart really pains when you say we've got these kids in areas that are not even zoned yet. But the reality is that we've got families that are residing there, we've got kids that are residing there, and the question is what's the plan? So it's those issues where I'm saying we are noticing, we are listening, and we will try our level best to together as government. Like I'm saying, Provincial Quarter is coming down to the province, but we have invited Provincial Quarter as well as SALGA, where we will sit together and strategize. It's not going to be a very quick solution, but we hope that meeting will be a beginning of a way to us coming up with a solution. Yeah, I think I've covered most of the issues that I picked, except to maybe go back to the qualification issue. Separating between a qualification because we will really need to face the issue of the qualification versus the continued professional teacher development. The qualification we used to refer to it as a preset. The preset is what you must come to service with versus the in-service that we provide when you are already in service practicing. The conversation we had with SACE, who SACE is the South African Council for Educators, right? So they are reminding us, for example, all social workers will vet everyone who works with the children to ensure that they adhere against NCPR, am I correct? To hear everybody, to make sure that whoever works with the children does not have a criminal record, right? It starts with the social workers themselves, but it goes to the center and everybody there. Who says now, as a council for educators, voting, now we need to screen whoever will stand in front of the kids and teach them. Are we together? Yes. Who says social dialogue? We need to ensure that whoever stands in front of the kids and provides teaching is suitably qualified to do so. It's not just anyone. So that's why they are talking about NF level 5 for them to conditionally register. And by conditionally registering, they are giving you 3 years to complete your full qualification so that you can then be fully registered with SACE. They raise a very critical thing also in their presentation because once you are fully registered, like other professions, I want to believe, I know the nursing profession will pay their cancer even if you are not employed. Are you aware of this? So SACE is accounting for the same. To say once you are fully qualified and fully registered, you will then pay until you are. But remember, I started by saying it is very difficult for us to talk about all that to our practitioners because we are not yet at a level where we have appointed them to be with the government and we are not yet paying their salaries. In the HRD committee, it's national, the one we had that was trying to summarize or to conclude what the strategy nationally. So there was almost the same point that was raised, but judging by the responses, it was very clear that we are nowhere closer. A point was made to say, how about the portion of the subsidy? I think it's the 40% of the procedure. If we use that portion and pay the practitioners directly as government, as a temporary way, or as a step forward. But the response that we got was, no, we had no way to do that. We were trying to say, can we at least open up and have something for our dear practitioners, because we understand that We will try and develop them, today, tomorrow, but as soon as they get access to greener pastures, they will leave because there's no commitment from our side. So, unfortunately, we still have a long way, but we believe through platforms like this, through having conversations like this, as we will be taking then what we discuss here, we will eventually, or should I say, we are on the right track. We are on the right track. It's not that these solutions will not come today, tomorrow, but just like where we are coming from, now I do have hope. It's one day we will eventually get to that. Thank you so much. I think I've tried. Yeah.
Thank you, Naziko. I hand over to Snow. Thank you so much. Sorry.
Alright, I just also had a few closing remarks. I think one thing that I want us to note is that when the DBE inherits early childhood development, they're inheriting the holistic early childhood development. We should protect against just looking at early learning and people talking about ECD, but the holistic nature of early childhood development. That's early learning, safety and security, nutrition, responsive care, and the health of the child and their caregiver. So when we advocate also, we must be conscious about talking about early childhood development holistically. Yes, early learning is a low-hanging fruit that the DBE is focusing on quite a lot, but we must speak about it holistically. And then also another slight correction is that it's from conception to 9 years old. So when the mother is pregnant with the child, that period of pregnancy itself is also part of early childhood development. So there's been an oversight today where we've been talking about birth to 9, but it is conception. And a big part of that is advocating for nutrition for the mother in that period of time. Because the 1 in 4 stunting that we have is actually linked to pregnancies that where women are not getting adequate nutrition and nutritious food. They're just eating to fill their tummy, but not eating nutritious food. So let's also be mindful about how we speak about early childhood development, not to forget that important stage. And then my sister here was talking about the young children where they are. I think that is one of the most important things to come out today and to recognize that wherever the young child is, their rights as per section 29 and 28 of the Constitution still stand. The language that we use in advocacy is around immediately realizable rights. This means that it doesn't matter where the child is, it doesn't matter what the resources are, they still have their rights. So particularly on education and nutrition, these are something that have to be immediately realized. And then I would say just around the issue of the admission, I really do appreciate that it is law and it is what is recommended or said in the Better Act. However, the reality on the ground is that principals are taking them younger at 3 years old. And parents are also sending their children to schools because there's the benefit of nutrition. So they want their children at 3 to be at school. So it will be nice for us to understand what then is the recourse that we have. What can we do when we see a principal accepting a child at 3 years old? It's not allowed legally for that to happen. So we have to have pathways of engaging with these things. And then another thing is around the funder situation. I think it's really great to have a sector that is funded. But we really have to put the pressure on the DBE, on that subsidy to be paid on time and to be paid regularly. And as we are grateful for the 10 billion into the ECD sector, that took up our subsidy from 17 Rand to 24 Rand per child per day. We celebrate that, but it's not enough. When we are talking about the holistic development of the child, budget advocacy has to continue. So as we are fighting for on-time regular payments, we are also talking about increasing that subsidy to a level where universal access and quality can be reached. At 24 Rand, we do not reach universal and quality access by 2030. And then lastly, it's around the provincial plan, including local government. Also grateful that that is already in works. And I'm also grateful that you are talking to environmental health, which is a big barrier. I would request that these meetings be made public and known to communities, so that we are, or at the very least, get minutes of these meetings, so that we don't just hear about these meetings going to happen, but we hear what was discussed in those meetings, so that we can meaningfully engage with them. Because who is going to inform those meetings if we are not consulted about what needs to be discussed in those meetings? So thank you that they are happening, but can we please have feedback loops that are going back to the community? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim. Finally, for the ending of our day, I would like to please hand over to Mamuki to wrap up the day and give us a way forward. I know it's already thank you guys, but thank you. In short answers from the yes, because this platform was about creating a space of conversation. And I think we've started that. And again, most important as mentioned is that we need to meet as a working group in understanding what we mean, in terms of making this strategy for KwaZulu-Natal. And I think I inherently combine all this conversation into a report that will be shared with you. And we are pleading to you to feedback on us, in identifying issues that might not have reflected on the conversation today. Because that is very important, because that will inform a priority list or action list that is going to inform this strategy that we are referring to, that is going to inform the final meeting that we are planning, that is going to inform a broader stakeholder session that is being planned, that ultimately will inform a request that was submitted by our premier saying, I want a high-level strategic dialogue that is speaking about understanding this thing. Because again, colleagues, I must say this, in my experience in working in KZN, I don't say anything that I do not say. That I don't say. I'm saying what I'm saying. In North Singapore, he says leadership. We've got a leader in the East space. I didn't say anything that I did not say. I am saying in North Singapore's leadership. And I must tell you, because when I heard that you are coming from the exams, that they so again. But no, you put me wrong, Lucifer. You are a learner every day. You are a listener every day. And nothing did will be stakeholder. We really appreciate you. Keep on keeping on. I know you've got a team that is supporting you. Send our regards, because without them, there is no you. So again, in our premier, honorable, Honorable Kamsana Muli, whom we've got someone who is invested. So I'm appealing to us, let's use this time that he is here to be able to sign on the deadline, whatever that needs to be signed, that will commit whoever comes after. So he has asked us to host or organize a high-level ECD strategic dialogue. And all these processes then are going to inform what you are taking. You might not be all there, but you'll be there to take what you, not what we think you want, but what you would have said to us, what you have committed to us, what you would have contributed in
with previous high-level strategic dialogue. But lastly, you've mentioned something that I slightly want to rephrase it. We are working with South African Council for Educators. We are going to organize a mass sales registration. And that is not speaking to level 4 graduates who are from TREE, but all level 4 graduates in KZN. We are going to organize a mass registration because it says it's starting, in fact, as approved to provisionally recognize from a level 4, but allow 3 years, as Elizabeth said, people to develop themselves. So we've got people who are still students and says registering them. We've got people who have graduated. Students in the form of university on this one. But all the ones that have a level 4 are considered to be registered in SACE, and we are working with SACE because, again, it is going to help us. If they can all be registered by SACE, the Department of Education will know how many level 4 graduates we have in KZN. If that process will help us in knowing exactly, as Elizabeth put it, who is not supposed to stand in front of our children to protect, for safe fighting. So that is very important. But because we see it as a very huge and can be very threatening kind of a process, we want to localize it. So we're still planning it, and we are working with SACE in doing that. On the day, it will be completed, as to say, what level 4 graduate must be, and there will be someone who will be brought by SACE who will be doing the checking of your criminal status. And then by the time you leave that hall or that whatever, you know exactly that I do not belong here. But what is important here is that if you are provisionally, I want you to compare. If you are provisionally registered and you wait until 3 years end and you do not upgrade yourself, and then you are automatically taken out of the system, and you won't be allowed again until you've got a fully fledged qualification. So these will be completed, this day will be completed. We still setting up a proper plan and just be on the lookout for the dates. But one thing is for sure, the next conversation is about with our funders. So that is where I need your voices. I want you, when you give feedback on the information or the documents that we present you, tell us what to package in terms of the funder conversation. And this is funders, and this will be this one. Okay? So nina anizulu ayabala obe osmatsana osmaya balansa osmatsana ayaba mama solo la balansa salo imweno and enjoy but kenya aso ba no balansa the balancing is an article, the balancing is a funder, but we are here because smart side is here. So what I'm trying to say is the will be days that will be coming, keep on keeping on. Send us information, even if you don't want to wait for that document. Just if you have any idea, you've got our contacts, send us because it will shape the next level of our interaction.
Thank you so much. We have reached the end of today's session. And I think, okay, actually, I must start with Professor Nora. Did you find your cookies? Okay. Professor Nora had lost her cookies, so I was going to ask the assistant to find them, but we asked. I have to start you. For your presence mostly, because without having stakeholders in the sector coming and responding on calls such as this one, and I'm sure in every other call where ECD needs to be discussed, it is probably the same faces that show up to those events as well. So thank you so much, and I think we need to continue fighting the fight when we continuously, consistently come together for our ECD center. That is the only way that we move forward. That is the only way that we can fight against the inequality that we are facing. And I would like to thank the TREE team for organizing. Well done, guys. You always pull through all the time. And then finally, I would like to thank our guests that have come and shared their knowledge with us. Some at a short notice, and the short notice is always my most always, 100% of the time. I would like to start with Mr. Stakeholder, since he's sitting all the way up there. Mama Rita's favorites when it comes to boys. We know her, the city land. And then please can I give to Miss Azona. And then who does Mampusha? Mama will sing for him as very much. And finally, someone that had to answer for a lot. I don't think she knew that that was part of the package, but thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please travel home safely. If you don't have contact details for the team, the email address that you may have received communication from, that is the email address. Please come back with any information or any other thoughts that you may not have shared today. Thank you so much for your presence.